Good morning and welcome to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on progressive supranuclear palsy. I'm James Valentine. I'm joined in the studio by Christoph Diaz, the CEO of CurePSP, and we're coming to you live from the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, actually not too far from where the U.S. Food and Drug Administration's headquarters are located. It's my pleasure to turn it over to Christoph to provide some opening remarks. Christoph.
Thank you, James. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on PSP, which stands for Progressive Supranuclear Palsy. My name is Christoph Diaz, and as James mentioned, I'm the Chief Executive Officer of CurePSP. CurePSP is a nonprofit public charity focusing on research, support, education, and advocacy for people impacted by PSP, but also cortical basal degeneration, CBD, and multiple system atrophy, MSA. Our mission is to raise awareness, build community, improve care, and find a cure for PSP, CBD, and MSA. We pursue that mission by providing direct support to patients and care partners, by educating family, the public, and healthcare professionals. We also advance promising research, and we can't do this alone. We're proud to work alongside a growing network of clinicians, researchers, industry partners, and other nonprofit organizations and private foundations. A special welcome to the many staff members of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration that are taking the time to be with us today. Thank you for giving us the permission to hold this meeting. We're excited to have you with us and hope that you will learn a lot today from people living with PSP and from their care partners. Thank you to our industry sponsors, GemVax, a Korean-based biotech company, Novartis, a global pharmaceutical company, and Ferrer, a Spanish-based pharma company focusing on rare disease, and to all that assisted our team during the preparation of this important day. We're grateful to have so many voices in the room today, representatives from advocacy and professional organizations, pharmaceutical and biotech companies, federal agencies, and clinical and research centers across the globe. Thank you for joining us. You are here because you care about advancing treatment options for PSP, and today is a meaningful step forward. Most importantly, I want to welcome the members of our community whose lives have been directly impacted by PSP and who chose to be here with us today. This includes members of our board, our volunteers, and everyone who has joined this call to share, listen, and lend their voice to lived experience. So lived experience can guide us and help us move closer to new treatments and solutions. Thank you to every person and family who, at the moment of the most difficult diagnosis, place their trust in CurePSP, in our community, in our approach, and our determination. We are a grassroots public charity, and we are here for you. Today's meeting is the result of many months of planning and a lot of teamwork. I want to extend my sincere gratitude to everyone who helped make this day possible, especially Dr. Jennifer Brummett, CurePSP Director of Scientific Affairs and Partnership, and the many colleagues across our small but mighty team. Thank you, Jessica, Courtney, Rich, and Sabrina, and everyone else who contributed to getting us there. We're grateful to have this opportunity to ensure that patient and caregivers' perspectives are considered in the drug development and regulatory processes. Today, we're putting the lived experience of people with PSP and care partners on the record, clearly, directly, and in a way that can inform decision-making. PSP commonly begins with balance problems, walking changes, and falls. It is often misdiagnosed as Parkinson's disease early in the course. Vision, speech, swallowing, thinking, and behavior are also affected, with real consequences for daily life and safety. During today's meeting, expert neurologists will expand on these symptoms and real-world challenges, review the symptomatic treatments people commonly use, and speak to an important reality. We still lack effective disease-modifying therapies for PSP, which is why capturing lived experience today is so critical. Now I want to take a moment to focus on care partners. Care partners play an essential role in supporting people living with PSP, and their impact is profound. The responsibility can be physical and emotionally taxing. Helping with mobility and fall prevention, coordinating appointments and therapy, managing communication and swallowing challenges, and adapting the home as needs change. Too often, care partners are carrying complex, high-stakes responsibility with limited support, and their perspective is central to today's conversation and to advancing new treatment for PSP. Today you will hear only a small number of stories from our global PSP community. I hope you'll carry what you hear with you, and maybe the next time you stand up from a chair, walk across a room, or look down to take a step, you'll notice how much we usually take those moments for granted. I want to express my appreciation to the investigators and clinicians who have dedicated their careers to improving the lives of people living with PSP and who are moving us closer to better care, stronger evidence, and more effective clinical trials. At the same time, we have to be honest about the reality. Too much remains unknown and critical gaps still exist, from earlier diagnosis and better ways to measure progression to treatments that truly change the course of the disease. That's why today matters. Our hope is that today's meeting help accelerate momentum, encouraging new research, sharpening what meaningful benefit looks like to patients and care partners, and ultimately leading to successful new treatment options for PSP. To our PSP community, we invite you and your loved one to call or write in during the program. We also ask that you stay with us throughout the day as able and participate in remote polling. We want to hear as many perspectives as possible, and we do our best to get to as many calls and comments as we can. Be assured that any comments we're unable to share are still very important and will be included in the Voice of Patient report, a summary of this important meeting. To begin today's meeting, I'm delighted to introduce our speaker from the FDA, Dr. Michelle Campbell, who's the Associate Director of Stakeholder Engagement and Clinical Outcomes in the FDA Office of Neuroscience. She will be providing us some opening comments from the FDA perspective. Dr. Campbell, thank you so much for being here. I'll turn this over to you now.
Hello and good morning. My name is Michelle Campbell, and I am the Associate Director for Stakeholder Engagement and Clinical Outcomes for the Office of Neuroscience and the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. First, I am happy to see so many patients, caregivers, and advocates joining us online today. Thank you all for being a part of this meeting and sharing your experiences with us. I would also like to thank CurePSP and all of the staff that was involved in planning this meeting. I also know we have representation from industry, academia, and other medical product development stakeholders participating as well today. While FDA plays a critical role in medical product development, we are just one part of the process, and I'm glad to see a high level of interest from those of you who also play an important role. Additionally, many of my colleagues from various offices and other medical product centers, the Center for Biologics and the Center Devices, are attending as well. We share the patient's community's commitment to facilitate the development of safe and effective medical products for progressive supranuclear palsy, or PSP. No, when we say medical product development, we mean it in the broadest sense of identifying, developing, and evaluating potential therapies or devices that can help patients manage their condition. While you may not see us there in person, we are here. We are here to learn directly from you and your family's lived experience with PSP. With the inception of the Patient-Focused Drug Development Program at FDA more than a decade ago, we have learned that patients and families are the experts in their lived experience of their disease or disorder. Patients and families are uniquely positioned to inform regulatory agencies on their lived experience, and patients and families can provide their first-person perspective of disease burden, thoughts on currently available treatments, and their hopes for what a future treatment may do to improve on how they feel and function. A product of today's patient-focused drug development meeting is a Voice of the Patient report, which FDA can reference for future information when providing advice in a specific medical product development program for PSP. As I said earlier, this is why we are here today, to learn from the experts on their lived experience. FDA promotes and protects the public health by evaluating the safety, effectiveness, and quality of new products. But we do not develop medical products or conduct clinical trials. It is, however, our responsibility to ensure that the benefits of our product outweighs its risks. Therefore, having this kind of dialogue is extremely valuable for us because hearing what patients and their families care about can help us lead the way in determining how to best facilitate medical product development and to understand how patients view the benefits and risks of potential therapies and devices for PSP. Our commitment to better understanding rare disease drug development's unmet needs and finding opportunities to accelerate rare disease drug development is critical to all of our rare disease families, including PSP. We often hear from families who ask us, how do we at the agency use the information we learned from the patient-focused drug development meeting in our everyday work? We use the learnings from today and other engagement opportunities with the PSP community to inform the advice we provide to medical product developers. This can range from concepts that should be measured to support clinical trial endpoints, to considerations of clinical trial design, and what a meaningful change will look like if we are to have a successful intervention for patients and families. We truly learn so much from these meetings. We look forward to incorporating what we learned today into the agency's current thinking and understanding of how people living with PSP and their families view benefits and risks of potential therapies for devices for PSP. We thank you for your participation. We are grateful to each of you for being here and sharing your personal stories, experiences, and perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Next up is Dr. Jory Fleischer. She will provide a clinical overview of PSP. This will serve as a scientific foundation for today's discussion. Dr. Fleischer is an associate professor and movement disorder specialist at Rush University. Dr. Fleischer is the director of the CurePSP Center of Care at Rush and has been recognized as an emerging leader and outstanding patient advocate by the American Academy of Neurology. Dr. Fleischer, thank you for sharing your expertise today. I'll turn this over to you.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. I'm Dr. Jory Fleischer, and it's an honor to be here to speak with you about progressive supranuclear palsy, or PSP as I'll refer to it. So, seeing as this is a patient-focused meeting, let's start by focusing on a patient. So first, I'm going to tell you a bit of background about this individual who has given permission for their video, their likeness to be used in educational presentations like this one. This is a 75-year-old lady who presented to her primary care physician for 3 years of falling. And initially, she was starting to fall while she was walking downstairs. Now, 3 years later, she's falling at least once a week, sometimes every day, often when backing up or when she's in tight spaces. She also started complaining of poor vision, and she has seen her optometrist several times for adjustments to her glasses, and then an ophthalmologist, but she continues to complain of poor vision and occasional double vision, especially when looking down. When you ask her. Her primary care doc sent her to see a general neurologist who diagnosed her with Parkinson's initially. And then her family was concerned. They went on Google and they asked for a second opinion and brought her to a movement disorder specialist. So if we go ahead and play the video, one of the things that you might notice is it looks like the video is frozen. The video is not actually frozen. She has such a lack or a paucity of spontaneous movements that it appears like the video is frozen. So she's very slow. And now the team is asking her to focus on them, but to look straight ahead and keep her eyes straight ahead and turn her head a bit of the way to see how her eyes are moving. And you can see that her left eye here looks like it's closing a little bit intermittently. We call that eyelid opening apraxia, where the eye is not fully staying open when we want it to. And they're asking her to look side to side. And what you could see is that horizontally, she's able to pursue a visual stimulus pretty well, but when looking up and down, she's not able to go all the way up to the ceiling right there or all the way down to the floor. Now they're checking to see if she has what are called doll's eyes or an oculocephalic reflex, which is testing to make sure if someone can't move their eyes all the way up and down, is it an eye muscle problem or is it coming from the brain or higher, what we would call a supranuclear gaze palsy. And they see that indeed, when they tilt her up and down, her eyes can go in all those different directions. So the eye muscles are functioning just fine, but she's not able to voluntarily control her eyes to help them move. Here, we're asking her to tap big and fast. And you can see it's a little bit slower than we might expect for age. It's pretty symmetric from side to side, but now here's where we really start to see other things. So she's asked to stand up on her own without pushing off from the chair, but she's unable to do that. And the examiner here with her in the room has to support her to help her stay steady. And if we look at her walk, her gait, very tiny shuffling steps, it almost looks like her feet are glued to the floor. And watch when she turns, she gets stuck. It looked like that right leg of hers was kind of planted to the ground, and now she's dragging the left one behind her and kind of stuttering as she goes. The examiner is also going to try to check her balance by doing one thing that we call the pull test, which is where she's going to stand behind her and try to disrupt her balance. And what we're looking for is a normal response is someone takes a step and they put their foot out behind them to try to catch themselves so that it's not a trust fall. But in individuals who have impaired postural reflexes, they may take multiple steps back or they may not catch themselves at all. And so a few tries here, but she really isn't able to fully catch herself when she's given a pretty significant pull. If the examiner wasn't there, she could easily fall backwards. And then the examiner is helping her and directing her to try to sit back down into a chair. Normally, someone wouldn't need help, but you can see that this lady needs a lot of guidance to have that controlled descent back into a chair without falling. So let's define progressive supranuclear palsy, or PSP, why we're here today. So PSP wasn't actually defined in the medical literature until 1963, which means it was around before then, but it was likely mistaken for other conditions prior to that time, often Parkinson's disease. And this is a progressive neurodegenerative disease, which means that over time it does worsen. It is a supranuclear palsy, and so that means that there are decreased eye movements. Vertical, more so than horizontal, is a problem for individuals with PSP, and this is due to dysfunctional brain control of the eye movements rather than the eye muscles themselves. That's why we do that tipping and tilting test to make sure that those eye muscles are not impaired. Early signs that we see in people with progressive supranuclear palsy are blurred or double vision. This often shows up as multiple visits to the optometrist or different optometrists or ophthalmologists, multiple bad sets of glasses that might be strewn about the house, trouble seeing curbs or objects on the ground, or missing the last step in a set of stairs and falling there. People can have significant slowness of movement, and although this often gets blamed on older age, it's out of proportion to what we would see for normal aging. So routine activities like getting up, getting dressed, brushing your teeth in the morning take a lot longer. The person who used to be a fast walker is now lagging behind the group while they're walking, or it's taking them forever to eat a meal. We also see, as with this lady, trouble with balance and early falls. And people with PSP have a tendency to fall backwards. They tip and they can't catch themselves, as we saw with her balance challenge. They also have this uncontrolled descent into a chair. So people will plop back into a chair. And if you ask family members about that, that's often a thing that I think about as very, very sensitive for detecting someone with PSP. And they have trouble with their voice and changes in swallowing. So their voice may sound more hoarse, they may be quieter or more slurred than before, they may get fewer words out. They may also have slower eating and trouble swallowing, with a tendency to cough or clear their throat much more than they used to. And this is what we call a tauopathy. So this means that there is a protein called tau, and the 4-repeat tau is a particular strain of this protein that clumps up in certain brain cells named astrocytes, oligodendroglia, and neurons in the basal ganglia and brainstem, as well as other locations in the brain. There are other tauopathies as well, including Alzheimer's disease, frontotemporal dementia, and corticobasal degeneration. So how do we actually make a diagnosis of PSP? So in order to begin this process, it really hinges on several mandatory features being present, excluding other things that would kick someone out of consideration for PSP, and then identifying the presence of core clinical features. So this has to be sporadic, meaning it's unusual for PSP to run strongly in families. If there's a strong family history, we should be going down a different path. The person has to be at least 40 years of age when symptoms begin, and there has to be gradual progression. So this shouldn't be something that starts overnight, and it should be gradually progressive over time. If someone has really significant memory impairment, or really significant autonomic blood pressure issues, constipation issues, things like that, it makes us consider other conditions like multiple system atrophy, dementia with Lewy bodies, Alzheimer's disease, and other things. This also should not present suddenly, as I mentioned. It should be very slowly progressive over months and years. We shouldn't be able to say, oh, this started on and nailed down a particular date. That really should make us think about something other than PSP. And the core clinical features that we think about are that ocular motor dysfunction, so trouble with eye movements, postural instability or the balance challenges, akinesia or slowness of movement, and cognitive dysfunction, trouble with thinking and memory. And when we think about the diagnosis of PSP, experts have really sorted those core clinical criteria, the eye movements, the balance issues, the slowness, and the cognitive, the thinking issues, into different levels of certainty. So the higher the level of certainty on this slide, the level 1 means something that's this gives you more confidence that you're going along the right path to say someone has PSP. So in the eye movement issues, if we see that vertical supranuclear gaze palsy, the person cannot follow up as they're looking. They cannot look all the way down. Their eyes kind of get stopped. That is a much more convincing piece of that criteria than the items that are lower on the list or the higher levels, just to make things confusing. If someone has this history of repeated falls that are unprovoked, there wasn't anything on the floor to trip over, they just spontaneously start falling early in the course of their disease, this tells us that we should be thinking about PSP. Similarly, if they have that gait freezing, as we saw with our lady in the video where her feet get stopped and they look glued to the floor and she's taking these tiny, tiny little steps, that's freezing of gait. If that shows up early, that should make us think about PSP. And similarly, changes with speech and language, very non-fluent, kind of broken up speech where it's hard to get the words out. That is the highest level of diagnostic certainty. And then we decline from there. So let's talk about how common or how rare PSP really is. This accounts for about 5% of people presenting to a movement disorders clinic, so showing up to see someone like me in clinic, but is roughly 6 individuals per 100,000 people in the United States. So it is quite rare, and the age-adjusted prevalence has increased. So we are seeing it more commonly over time. The average age of onset is in a person's 60s. And when we look at different studies, we see that about 75% of people have that PSP Richardson syndrome, or sort of the classic PSP with the ocular motor problems and the gait disorder and the balance. Studies vary in terms of lifespan and prognosis, but on average, it takes about 4 years from the onset of symptoms until someone is dependent for their care on another person. And roughly the time from symptom onset, not diagnosis, because remember, diagnosis can take quite a while, but the time, if we look back to when symptoms first started to death, is often quoted as being around 6 to 7.5 years. There's a lot of work going on to study the genetic mutations that may contribute to someone developing PSP. Genetic mutations in the MAPTau gene have been associated with PSP, frontotemporal dementia, primary progressive aphasia, and corticobasal syndrome. For the sake of time, I won't read through all of these other genes, but please know that there is a lot of work going on, including a program through CurePSP called the CurePSP Genetics Program that offers free genetic testing to individuals with PSP to try to help identify more genes and understand this condition even better. So what does this diagnostic journey look like for people? You've seen that there are so many different phenotypes. There are different areas of the brain. There are different sort of types of PSP that can present. And what this means is there's a tremendous amount of variability in how long it takes for someone to recognize a first symptom, decide that they need to go see someone about that, and then make their way through the healthcare system until someone finally goes, you know what I think this is, and PSP is brought up for the first time. And there is often a lot of misdiagnosis along the way. So the order of symptom presentation and the severity to meet the diagnostic criteria varies and can take years. And in one review of 385 patients seen at one academic medical center, they compared how long it took someone with PSP symptoms to be diagnosed in the 1990s versus in the 2010s. And there was a shortening of how long that took. So in the 1990s, it took an average of 3.6 years to make a diagnosis, whereas in the 2010s, it took 2.4 years. And you might think, aha, we're getting closer. It's got to be even better now. And in some places, that may be the case. However, that study was actually done in an academic center with a prominent neurologist who's very focused on PSP. And so even with someone looking out for it, the diagnosis can still take years to make. The accuracy is also challenging. So at the initial visit, if we look at individuals confirmed to have PSP at autopsy, and we look back through their charts and say, the first time they went to see someone, how accurate was that diagnosis? Were they told they had PSP then? Only about 19 to 25% of the time were people accurate. By the last time that they were seen prior to death, almost 2/3, but not even. 63% were told that they had PSP at their last visit with a neurologist before they passed away. And it is most commonly misdiagnosed as Parkinson's disease. So I won't go into the details of this very busy slide, but I will direct your attention to the fact that there has been great work done on mapping out the challenges and the diagnostic journey for people with PSP and their families, and feel free to check that out. And just to wrap up, on behalf of myself, the entire Rush University CurePSP Center of Care, and the patients and families that we have the honor to serve, a huge thank you to everyone organizing, hosting this meeting, and to all in attendance for your time, your interest, and your advocacy in raising awareness and moving us closer to treatments and ultimately a cure for PSP. I am so looking forward to hearing the patient perspective this afternoon, and thank you so much. I will turn it back over to the studio.
Thank you, Dr. Fleischer. Now I'd like to welcome our moderator for today's meeting, James Valentine. James has worked for the past 18 years as a champion for the patient voice as part of the regulatory process. He previously worked at the FDA, where he was a patient liaison, helping to incorporate the patient voice into medical product review across the FDA's various medical product centers and review divisions. There, James helped develop and launch the Patient-Focused Drug Development Initiative. In private practice, James has worked with many patient organizations to ensure their community voices are heard by decision makers. He has also been involved in helping plan and moderate over 75 externally led patient-focused drug discovery meetings. So we're in good hands with James. And I'll let you take it from here, James. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Christoph, and it's such a pleasure to be here this morning with the PSP community and look forward to getting into the discussion today. So, now that we've heard a clinical overview from a disease expert, we turn to the core of this morning's meeting, which is to hear from you, people living with PSP and their direct care partners. Patient-focused drug development is a more systematic way of gathering patient perspectives on their condition and on available treatments. And as you heard from FDA's Dr. Campbell, your input can help inform the agency's understanding of PSP to inform drug development and review. This meeting is interactive, so let me tell you a little bit about how what we'll be asking of you and how today's meeting will be organized. Today is structured into two overarching sessions. Our first session, which is this morning, will be exploring the patient and care partner experience with living with PSP and how those symptoms and health effects impact daily life. We'll come back in the afternoon for our second session, where we'll be together to discuss your experiences with treatments and other strategies to help manage PSP symptoms. What will those two discussions look like? Well, we'll be using a few different ways to hear the patient and care partner voice. First, we'll be hearing from panels of patients and care partners of individuals with PSP. These individuals will help set a good foundation for the discussion. They were selected to reflect a range of experiences with PSP, but we recognize that no panel can reflect the full experience with PSP, which is why following those panels, we're going to open up the discussion to all of you with a facilitated audience discussion for all of our patients and care partners in the audience. Again, we hope you'll build on the panel discussion. I'll be asking questions and inviting you to provide comment by calling in, writing in, sharing your name, and offering a comment. This will be done, again, in one of two ways: calling in, which I'll provide that number shortly in the program when we get to the first opportunity. But you can also submit written comments using the form that's under the player page, or the player on the web page you're following along today. Again, I'll remind you how to do that when we get to our first discussion. We'll also be using polling questions to help broaden the discussion. We'll be asking our patients and care partners only to use the polling technology, which will be on in a separate tab in your web browser on your computer, or you can do it on a browser on your phone. I actually like to go ahead and get you into the system now. That way you'll be able to have it up and you can keep it up throughout the entire day. So we invite you at this time for all of our patients and care partners to please open up a new browser tab, open up a browser on your computer or a tablet, and go to www.pollev.com/PSP-PFDD. Again, that's pollev.com/PSP-PFDD. You can keep this up every time we go to polling questions throughout the program, and we'll be getting to some shortly. It will automatically appear there, and you'll be able to submit your responses. Our hope is to use those polling to help broaden the discussion to everyone in the audience and get a sense of all of your inputs along the way. I do want to mention we'll also have the opportunity for you to provide written comments for 30 days after today's meeting. So whether you're attending live and have something else you'd like to add that you weren't able to share, or if you're watching this on demand after the live meeting, we encourage you to still participate and submit written comments as well. All of today's input, as well as that written input, will be summarized in a Voice of the Patient report, which will be provided to the FDA as well as be made available online for researchers and drug developers. I'd like to cover just a few ground rules before we get into our discussions today. We encourage people living with PSP and their family members and other direct care partners to contribute to the dialogue. Again, we'll be doing that through polling, calling in by phone, and submitting written comments. The discussion today is limited to patients and direct care partners with PSP. We do welcome and are very thrilled to have colleagues from the FDA, drug developers, clinicians, and researchers who are here to listen. Views today or expressed today are inherently personal, and we know the discussion may get emotional. So I'd like to just raise that respect for one another is paramount as part of this discussion. And to that end, we ask that you try to be focused and concise in your comments so that way we can hear as many voices as possible. So without further ado, let's get into our first set of polling questions, some questions that are intended to help get a sense of our audience today and who we have participating. The first question we have for you is just to get a sense of who you are. Again, this is for patients and care partners only. If you can go ahead and go to that website I provided earlier, pollev.com/PSP-PFDD. Again, once you get into the system, you'll be able to see the questions as they appear and make those selections. Note that as you're making selections, they'll automatically be submitted. So the options for this first question, we want to know, are you A, someone living with PSP, B, a care partner of someone with PSP, or C, other? And we're going to give everyone just a few extra moments here in this first question. We want to give everyone a chance to have an opportunity to get into the polling technology so that way we can track your responses throughout today's program. While we wait for some any final responses to come in here, it looks like about 3/4 of our audience today are care partners of someone living with PSP. And then we're seeing about 20% of our audience today are people living with PSP themselves. And then we're seeing about 10% of people reporting other, so they might have some other direct lived experience to share about someone living with PSP. If we go to our next polling question. So here we'd like to know, where do you currently reside? Again, these questions are for our patients and care partners. The options are A, U.S. Pacific time zone, B, U.S. Mountain Time, C, U.S. Central Time, D, U.S. Eastern Time, E, U.S. Alaska Time, F, U.S. Hawaii Time, G, Europe, H, the Middle East, I, Asia, J, Canada, K, Mexico, or L, some other country or region that's not listed here where you currently reside. Give everyone a few moments here to get their responses in. Not surprising for a meeting starting in the morning on the Eastern time zone. We have greatest participation from those on the Eastern time zone in the United States. But we have some representation a little bit west of here in the U.S. Central Time, as well as in Europe, as well. So no matter where you are in the country or in the world, we want to hear your voices as part of today's discussion, so invite you and welcome you into the dialogue. We're going to do our next polling question. So here we want to know, for those living with PSP, your gender, or for our care partners, the gender of your loved one with PSP. The options are A, female, B, male, C, other, or D, prefer not to say. Again, just trying to get a sense of who is represented in our audience today, sharing their lived experiences with PSP. We'll give you a few more moments here to answer this polling question. It's been pretty close here, bouncing a little bit around the 50% back and forth between female and male being reported for the gender of those living with PSP represented in our audience today. Maybe slightly in favor of female here at the end. No one reporting other or prefer not to say. All right, we're going to do our next polling question. So here, we'd like to be able to understand a little bit of the representation we have within the community here. We know that PSP can have an impact, on the ability to work, and there are financial burdens. And so we'd like to know, what is your annual family or household's income before taxes? The options are A, less than $25,000, B, $25,000 to $49,000, C, $50,000 to $75,000, D, $75,000 to $100,000, E, $100,000 to $149,000, F, $150,000 to $199,000, or G, $200,000 or more, or H, if you prefer not to say. So we'll give you, again, just a few moments here. I promise the polling questions will become more interesting as the day goes on. Again, just these first batch of questions, hoping to get a little bit of idea of who we have in our audience today. As it stands, it looks like we have representation across quite a few different household incomes. From the lowest of less than $25,000 up to the highest of $200,000 or more. But we see representation across everyone here except for the $50,000 to $75,000 range, and some number of people preferring not to say. If we go to our next polling question. So here, for those living with PSP, we'd like to know how old you are, and for our care partners, we'd love to know how old your loved one with PSP is, or for our care partners of those who have passed away with PSP, the age at which they passed away. The options are A, less than 40 years of age, B, 41 to 50 years of age, C, 51 to 60 years of age, D, 61 to 70 years of age, or E, if the person with PSP is 71 years of age or older. And not surprising from what we're seeing so far, as we heard in our clinical talk about the average age of diagnosis being in the 60s, that most of our participants today would be in their 60s and older than, but we do see we have some representation in that 51 to 60 year age range, and no one reporting, living with PSP younger than age 51 here today. All right, one last polling question here. So we'd like to know, at what age were you or your loved one diagnosed with PSP? So the options here are an age less than 40 years, B, 41 to 50 years of age, C, 51 to 60 years of age, D, 61 to 70 years of age, E, 71 years of age or older, or F, if you're not sure or don't remember. We'll give you a few moments here. Already, what we're seeing is a little bit of a shift from what we saw in the last question with people's current age. We're seeing more people reporting that they were diagnosed in that 51 to 60 year age range, kind of relative to living with it today at that age, and the greatest category being those in that 61 to 70 year age range. About half of our audience, and about 40% actually diagnosed later than that, 71 years of age or older. Again, no one being diagnosed before age 51, and no one that's not sure or doesn't remember. So I want to thank everybody for participating in that first batch of polling questions. Again, keep that polling website up throughout the course of today's program. As we have different opportunities for polling, those questions will just automatically appear there. So for your convenience, you can just keep that open. At this stage, I'd like to introduce our first topic, our first session of the day, which is all about PSP symptoms and daily impacts. On your screen, you'll see some of the questions that we'd like you to weigh in on and help us understand from your experiences as patients and care partners. We'd like to know, of all the different symptoms and health effects of PSP, which maybe 1 to 3 of those symptoms have had the most significant impact on your or your loved one's life. We want to know how those symptoms and health effects of PSP vary from day to day. One way to think of that is, how does PSP affect you or your loved one on best days versus on worst days? We also want to know what your experiences have been over time. So we'd like to know how your or your loved one's symptoms have changed over time, how your ability to cope with those symptoms have changed over time, whether that's over the course of weeks, months, or even many years. We know that in addition to wanting to know about those symptoms and health effects directly, we want to know how they impact your lives. And so we want to know, are there specific activities that are important to you that you or your loved one aren't able to do either at all or as fully because of PSP? And then finally, in addition to everything that you have experienced as a result of PSP, we know people with PSP and their care partners are thinking about their futures with PSP. And so we want to know, what do you fear the most as you or your loved one gets older? What worries you the most about you or your loved one's condition? So to get us started on these topics, it's my pleasure to introduce our first panel of today. We have Letty, Esther, John and Candace, Ashley, and Mike and Chris, who will be sharing some of their experiences. Letty, why don't you get us started and take it away?
My name is Letty. I am the wife and care partner to Javier. We have been married for 47 years and live in El Paso, Texas. In 2020, my husband began having pain in both his legs. He would trip and frequently fall, which led to a diagnosis of osteoarthritis. At first, I thought his falls were accidents. However, I noticed his coordination was off while he was driving. He became slow reacting and often struggled with precision. He eventually stopped driving, which has been one of the most difficult symptoms of my husband to accept. As time passed, Javier had trouble processing what he was told, often needed things repeated or explained differently. He began eating with his mouth open, grinding his teeth, having trouble tying his shoes, and tripping more frequently. We knew something was definitely going on. My husband then started with what doctors call the alien hand syndrome, which made his hand move in a circular motion on its own and caused constant pain. It became difficult to hold eating utensils, a toothbrush, or even write. He had to learn to use his left hand for everything. Javier's right leg then began to drag while walking. Then came the changes in speech, trouble finding words, and naming familiar objects. In early 2022, he was diagnosed with Parkinson's. However, some of his symptoms were still not accounted for. After many tests, different medications, and seeing different specialists for 2 years, he was finally diagnosed with PSP and corticobasal degeneration, or CBD, in December 2023. By early 2024, Javier had been having a constant teary eye problems. Then his eyes became dry due to reduced facial expression. He started having trouble following objects with his eyes. Turning his head became impossible. At the same time, his right arm lost movement, and his hand closed up and became tightly clenched. His left hand began losing strength when holding anything and started showing the same alien hand syndrome. His left leg started dragging. By the end of 2024, Javier had no use of his left hand. He could not use his tablet, his phone, or even the remote. My husband needed help with everything. Javier would sleep most of the day and became dependent on bathing, eating, and everyday living. By February 2025, Both arms and both legs were non-functional. My husband is now bedbound. We no longer have independence, a social life, and my husband has lost a sense of dignity and self-worth. The impact this condition has had on us is life-changing, not only for us as a couple, but for our children, our grandson, family, and friends. A good day for us is when I know for sure that I will have help getting Javier in and out of bed and to the potty. When friends and family call to say that they are coming over to spend some time with us, it is a treat. Having company just gives us strength in a way that I can't explain. My husband and I were very active. We enjoyed camping, four-wheel driving, attending parties, volunteering at school or church events, and our favorite activity was traveling. A bad day is when Javier is in pain and uncomfortable. Some days the medicines and ointments don't help. He can struggle with constipation or incontinence, which is painful and embarrassing for him. He coughs all the time because he swallows his saliva or food wrong. The fear of him choking is horrible. The difficulty in finding a niche he has and seeing his struggle to communicate his needs has been tough. Javier is no longer able to walk, use his arms, or focus his eyes, which close on him. He sleeps most of the day. His speech is slurred and unclear. Hours after bathing, his hair and neck begin producing oil. I clean his face and neck area multiple times a day. Javier sleeps with oxygen at night and requires his upper body to be elevated. My husband was a strong, active, funny, and brave man. I still see glimpses of him today. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Esther from Atlanta, Georgia, and this is my husband and my primary caregiver, John, who will speak later on in this video. I was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease in 2020. I had a tremor and very small handwriting. Since I'm a retired psychiatrist, I knew that these were symptoms of Parkinson's disease. When I went to a neurologist, I was diagnosed with Parkinson's. In June of 2024, I turned 62, and as planned, I retired from the VA. It was good timing because in January 2024, I started falling. I fell 2 or 3 times a day, almost always backwards and at home. I was losing balance trying to stand or make turns. When I saw my neurologist in August 2024, he heard my history of falling and recognized other signs of PSP. Now I wear a gait belt and use a rollator. I don't even walk around the house without both of those, and with my husband holding on to my gait belt. This is the only way we have found to prevent multiple potentially dangerous falls a day. Even with this regimen, since June 2024, I've had to go to the ER 3 times because of fall-related injuries, a dislocated finger, and hit my head twice, fortunately just cuts on my scalp. Before the diagnosis of PSP, I had been walking, sometimes jogging, a 5K once a month for 3 years. I was very used to being active and independent. In March 2024, I had to stop driving, partly because I got several minor scrapes on the car, and my family noticed that I couldn't consistently keep up the attention needed to drive safely. Now, I cannot travel or visit anywhere that my husband or alternate caregiver is not with me. I have a 25-year-old daughter who lives with us, and she drives me places too. I have a few friends that my husband trusts to take me places because they are strong and alert enough to hold me up by the gait belt if I start to fall. Between the gait belt, the rollator, and always a caregiver holding on, plus the wheelchair I use outside of the home, I've managed to limit my falls to 1 to 3 times a month rather than 2 to 3 times a day. I cannot take Lyft or Uber anywhere because drivers don't necessarily help you in and out of the car, which is a vulnerable time for me. And of course, those drivers don't walk around with you when you get out to your destination. My handwriting is atrocious, which is hard when I need to fill out forms or want to write a letter. I think my PSP condition has affected my relationship with my husband because he's so worried about me that he often tells me that I've done something unsafe in a scolding way. It has affected my relationship with my daughter in a similar way. I'd like to do so many things: cook meals, attend church activities, go to protests, go see friends, and just do errands. But I have to have people drive me everywhere or come to my house. It's a real pain. The thing that concerns me the most, of course, is the falling. If the medical community could just come up with a way to reduce the loss of balance and prevent falls, that would be great. I'm also concerned about my cognition. I've already noticed some short-term memory loss and aphasia.
Hi, my name is John, and I'm Esther's primary caregiver. The PSP disease that hit Esther made major changes in our lives. The extreme risk of falls restricts both of us to mostly spending our time at home. I have to be ready 24 hours a day to help Esther walk anywhere in the house, interrupting while I'm trying to work from my computer in another room, and even to help Esther into the bathroom in the middle of the night. Fortunately, I was able to continue in my job by mostly working from home. Anytime I want to leave the house for more than 30 minutes, even for grocery shopping, this can be hard to do without, even for grocery shopping, I need to arrange for an alternate caregiver to stay with Esther. This can be hard to do without some upfront planning. I admire the almost always positive attitude that Esther brings, working every day to maintain her fitness and mental health and reach out to friends and family. However, I can tell that Esther's memory and risk assessment capabilities are decreasing. I notice that Esther seems to walk and move as if with tunnel vision. She can't seem to visualize next steps or consequences in our physical world like before. It greatly worries me that Esther will one day, even momentarily, forget that she has PSP, with its massive and dangerous risk of falling. All it takes is a very tempting and seemingly normal step or two away from the chair, and she could take the fall that ends her life or sends her to hospital and rehab with very low chance of walking again or recovery. Meanwhile, we're trying to enjoy and make the best of our time together.
Hi, my name is John. I am 63 years old from Edison, New Jersey, and was diagnosed with PSP, progressive supranuclear palsy, and this is 2023. And this is Candace, my wife, and primary caretaker. A few of the problems I have are forgetting things, walking, eating, and falling.
Eating has become more difficult due to the swallowing and choking. Everything has to be cut up very small, and John likes soft, small food better. It's a lot easier to swallow. When he drinks fluids, he chokes a lot of the time, and someone has to remind him to be slow and pay attention to what he's doing since he forgets. You have to be very careful walking. PSP has made it very difficult for him to move his eyes down and look down, and he loses his balance and falls a lot. He has fallen forwards and backwards. He has fractured his ribs, had bad cuts on his forehead, multiple cuts and bruises on his face and body. He forgets to put his hands out, and his injuries prove that. He walks very slow and hesitant and has a hard time looking down, so he misses curbs. So someone usually holds his arm and helps guide him. I usually ask my sons for help with John when I have something to do like doctor's appointments, shopping, or just need to breathe. It's getting harder to go out to eat with him, with the choking on food and drink and overstuffing his mouth. I just recently had to go to a wedding, and I had to go solo. He is supposed to be my date forever, and this disease is stealing him from me and from our family. We are trying to make as many memories as possible while we can and while he can. One of the hardest things to do was when my sons and I had to tell him he could not drive anymore. and that was just 6 months after being diagnosed with PSP. This is a man who could back up just about anything in the tightest spot. We would go camping, he would put that trailer anywhere. This is a man who could even ride a unicycle very well. Now he has a hard time walking, talking, and holding a conversation. We started this journey 3 years ago when he was diagnosed at first with Parkinson's. He couldn't be able to hold a conversation and seemed lost. And he was tripping a lot more. And just not right. We started noticing new symptoms, and he could not physically look down. After some more testing, a diagnosis was confirmed. After doing some research for myself, it was time to tell our family and friends. We have lost friends, but others have become closer. Is this genetic? Will my sons get this? Does it run in families? So many questions about a disease that not a lot is known about. He has his good days and his bad days with just about everything. Walking, falling, talking, drinking. You don't know what kind of day he will have. Every day is a battle. Someone has to be with John and supervise him with just daily living things. We have to remind him to eat and drink water. He sleeps a lot and is tired. If we spend the day out doing things, he starts getting cranky and even harder to deal with. The processing of what is said to him takes even longer. A lot of times when I remind him what to do, I ask him if he heard me and to repeat it so that I know he gets it. This is a man who is the main breadwinner of our family. Now he needs someone to watch over him all of the time. He now laughs when we try to talk with him and sometimes looks like he's going to cry. It's an uncontrollable thing. It's a symptom. We treat symptoms since there are no cures for this disease. There are days when I cry and I just want to scream. Why us? We had so many things we were going to do when he retired. Now I'm trying to do some things with him, but it's harder, takes longer, and some things we just can't do.
My name is Ashley, and I'm from New Brunswick, Canada. My father, Peter, passed away from PSP, progressive supranuclear palsy, on August 21st, 2025 at 74 years old. This is our story told from both my father's and my perspective about the devastating effects of PSP and the urgent need for earlier recognition, proper diagnosis, and compassionate treatment approaches. Our journey began in October 2020 when my dad had gallbladder surgery. Although I can't be sure, I often wonder if that surgery may have triggered the beginning of his symptoms. It is also possible that the sudden lifestyle changes brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic contributed somehow. I was the first to notice subtle changes around late 2020, such as he couldn't remember where places were that he had been to many times. He would get confused with who he shared his memories with. For example, he would think a memory happened with me when it really happened with one of his friends. He would call me and ask if I knew where the remote for his TV was, even though I didn't live there. One of the first and most heartbreaking of his physical symptoms that he noticed was the loss of fine motor control in his hands. My dad had played guitar his entire life. It was his greatest passion, and suddenly he could no longer move his fingers well enough to play. This loss was devastating to him. By early 2022, he could no longer maintain his home, so I hired a housekeeper to help him. Soon after, he began falling frequently. Finally, family and friends started to believe me that something more serious was happening. Until then, they had assumed it was just due to natural aging, and my poor dad believed he had simply become lazy. During a doctor's visit, his driver's license was taken away. It was a justified decision, but one of the hardest emotional blows of the disease. Thankfully, around this time, a close friend of his needed a place to stay, and my dad needed help around the house. It turned out to be an incredible arrangement. His friend became his main caregiver until the end of his life. He was diagnosed with alcohol-related dementia in early 2023. And in July 2023, my dad fell and broke his hip. and was in the hospital for over 3 months, which worsened his dementia significantly. He would think it was decades ago and he was still married to my mom. Sometimes he would think he was waking up at his friend's house. During his hospital stay, he was given Parkinson's medication, but when it didn't help, they performed an MRI. When the results came back in September 2023, the neurologist officially diagnosed him with PSP and then told us he has 2 to 3 years to live. When he came home, his hip replacement made it difficult for him to walk. Rehabilitation didn't help much. He began using a wheelchair, and home health care started visiting him full-time. He would have random bouts of dementia and think he was in his childhood home. It was soul-crushing to hear my dad ask for his mom and dad, who had passed away long ago. He eventually became incontinent and unable to clean and feed himself. His vision worsened, and it was devastating for him to realize that no pair of glasses could fix it. My dad loved food, and it was very hard for him to accept that he could no longer eat certain foods because of the risk of choking. He began drooling, sleeping more and more, and struggled to keep his eyes open at all times. Watching someone you love lose so much of themselves is indescribably hard. It truly felt like living through my worst nightmare. I believe the only thing harder than PSP is PSP with dementia. Despite everything, he had only a handful of episodes of anger throughout the entire journey. In October 2024, one night he got up confused and fell and fractured his other hip. This time, thankfully, he was only in the hospital for 8 days. After that, we had to install bed rails, a bed alarm, and cameras to monitor him for safety. Losing what little privacy he had left was incredibly hard for him. It was also painful to watch people grow frustrated with him before they truly understood what this disease and dementia were taking from him. As his condition progressed, he lost the ability to speak, then to write. His eyes and facial expressions began to change. Even his laugh sounded different. Many of his friends stopped calling or visiting once he lost his ability to speak clearly. They found it awkward and hard to witness his suffering. But for me, this time brought us closer than ever. I held his hand every chance I could, played his favorite songs, and kept his favorite shows on for him. After he passed, I found a note he had written that broke my heart completely. It said, "I just want someone to talk to." It was gut-wrenching but powerful, a powerful reminder of how isolating this disease can be. My dad lost everything he loved: his music, his independence, his voice, his favorite foods. Yet he never complained. He fought so hard to live because he wanted to live so badly. That was the hardest part of all.
My name is Chris, and I am 70 years old. Like so many others with PSP, I was originally diagnosed with Parkinson's. That was in 2015 when I was 60 years old. I had noticed my handwriting had changed. This occurred over several years. Then one day I caught myself drilling at a work function. Take a breath, slow down. Coincidentally, I had dinner with a friend around that time whose father had recently died of Parkinson's. She described the symptoms, which were small handwriting and drooling. So I scheduled an appointment with a neurologist who confirmed a diagnosis of Parkinson's. It's very slow to progress. Most days I didn't even know I had a disease. The neurologist eventually prescribed cinnamon, which never really helped. After 7 years, he changed diagnosis to PSP because I was falling more frequently. My eyes were burning all the time. I was getting no relief from cinnamon. Quick observation of my eyes, which couldn't look down, told me I had PSP. I remember being terrified of the diagnosis. Everything I read was scary. We just gotten a puppy, something I would not have done if I'd known I had PSP. Okay, so take a breath. I would say the most concerning symptom is falling. I fall several times every day. Typically, I fall forward onto my knees. I also lose my balance and fall backwards onto my butt. My knees are always banged up. It's a miracle I haven't broken anything. Other serious symptoms include my eyesight, which is failing, and excessive mucus and saliva, which could lead to aspiration. I do not write at all anymore. All these symptoms changed my life drastically. Before I retired in 2020 as a program director for the Kindergarten Readiness Initiative, I lost my ability to write, which made it difficult to participate in focus groups or meetings with others that required written input. Once I retired, I stopped writing altogether. fact, last year I had trouble voting because I could not sign my name to look like the signature they had on file. I used to do half marathons and shorter runs. My last half marathon was May 2025. I did not finish it. I will not be doing another. I used to ride my bike, now I walk and use a recumbent bike at the gym. I used to go to lunch with my friends, but I don't do it as frequently because I fear falling. My condition has deteriorated significantly over the past year. Now I use a walker and I no longer drive. Very concerned about my eyesight. I'm an avid reader, and I worry I won't be able to for much longer. There are many things I still do. I fear the future in ways I never have. My husband and I have always enjoyed traveling and camping. I'm afraid camping is a thing of the past. While I know we can use travel, we probably won't be going overseas again. I expect travel will be more difficult with a walker and the fear of falling. Eventually, we'll limit our travel trips to Wyoming to visit our son, daughter-in-law. One of the ways PSP has shaped my life is my living situation. We lived in our home for 23 years and we have to give it up. It's 2 stories with the laundry in the basement. Shopping for an apartment because affordable 1-story condominiums are hard to come by where we live. I cannot do many of the things necessary to get the house ready to sell. Things like painting, which I've always done. I'm worried about and making decisions about what we keep and what with the things we cannot take with us. My husband Mike is my care partner and the kind of person every patient with serious medical condition should have. He keeps me exercising. He drives me everywhere I need to go. Takes care of the house, does all the cooking and laundry, and takes amazing care of me. He thanks me for leaving it all up to him. Keeps an eye on me and anticipates when I need help. Counting blessed for you to have such a supportive care partner. He's also afraid of the future and experiencing doing loss in the present. His life is not what he expected it would be at age 73. Wants to volunteer, travel, and be active in the community. Wants to socialize with friends and family. Wants to do it all with me. We're still young, but this disease is making me feel much older than my 70 years. It's holding him back as well. That's the biggest loss for me. Seeing what it's doing to my husband, that's one thing I wish I could change. Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, first of all, it really hits home when you read this, how hard it is for you. And what especially I notice is all the fear. I wish I could take that away from you, but I know. Of course it's understandable. I would add, though, that you're, through it all, you're very resilient. And what I mean by that is you don't let it stop you. You do as much as you possibly can. Sometimes probably more than I would like, but I find that understandable too. You want to do as much as you can. So, yeah, and I think you did a great job in talking about your experience and how hard this is for you and what's going on for you. It's a good job.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Well, thank you to all of our panelists who have been so brave to speak first here this morning and start to help us understand what it is to live with PSP, discussing the symptoms and daily impacts. We've already learned so much, but now it's our first opportunity today to broaden the discussion to all of you, the people in the live audience living with PSP and their care partners, to share your experiences living with this condition. If you would like to share your experience, we would encourage you to call in. You can call in now by dialing 1-703-844-3231. Again, that phone number is 1-703-844-3231. When you dial this number, you'll be connected with our operator. Just like calling into a radio program, they'll be able to take down some of your information, and then we can bring you into the conversation that way. We know that some people with PSP don't have the ability to pick up the phone and talk with us. So if you aren't comfortable or don't have that ability to, you can also submit written comments using the form under the broadcast player on the website you're following along today. But to get us started on this topic, we're going to start with a couple of polling questions. So if you can go ahead and open up a tab on your browser, open up a browser on your phone, you can go to www.pollev.com/PSP-PFDD. This link is also under the player that you're on the web page. So if you just scroll down a little bit, you'll see it there. You can click on it. Or if you're typing it again, it's again pollev.com/PSP-PFDD. Once you're on this web page, this is for our patient and care partners only. You'll be able to see the polling questions as we go to different polling questions throughout this morning and then eventually this afternoon session. They will automatically appear there. So our first question for this morning session is we'd like to know which of the following PSP-related health concerns have you or your loved one ever had, and you can select all that apply. The options are A, balance or mobility problems, including falls, B, sleep disturbances like insomnia and daytime sleepiness, C, choking or difficulty swallowing, D, cognitive or behavioral changes, E, visual impairment, F, speech difficulties, G, muscle stiffness or involuntary movements, H, loss of fine motor control, I, urinary dysfunction or incontinence, J, excessive salivation or drooling, K, reduced emotional expressivity or facial masking, or L, some other PSP-related health concern that you or your loved one have ever had. And again, you can select all that apply. This is our first polling question today, where our audience can select more than one option. So I want to just note that the percentages you're seeing are not the percentage of people selecting any options, the percentage of the overall responses. So I like to think of these red bars as kind of a little bit of a relative ranking, in terms of their size. So we're going to give everyone just a few more moments here, give us a sense of some of the different PSP health-related concerns you or your loved one have had. What's striking right off the bat is, how many of those bars are so far right across the board. But it's looking like some of the top experiences with different health concerns are the balance or mobility problems, things like falls. After that, we're seeing the speech difficulties, sleep disturbances, choking, and difficulty swallowing. But then pretty much right after that, everything else is right there, and as well as some other things that weren't listed here. So we're very interested in hearing about this wide range of different health concerns. If you can go ahead, we'll go to our next polling question. So here you'll recognize the response options. The question is a little different though. Here we want you to select the most troublesome PSP-related health concerns that you or your loved one have had, and you can select the top 3 most troublesome. The options are A, balance and mobility problems, B, sleep disturbances, C, choking and difficulty swallowing, D, cognitive or behavioral changes, E, visual impairment, F, speech difficulties, G, muscle stiffness or involuntary movements, H, loss of fine motor control, I, urinary dysfunction or incontinence, J, excessive salivation or drooling, K, reduced emotional expressivity, or L, again, some other most troublesome PSP-related health concern that you would select as a top 3 most troublesome of those PSP-related health concerns. As you're making these selections, I want you to think, we saw in the last polling how many things were ranked by seemingly so many. And so as you're being asked by us to kind of pick those top most troublesome ones, I want you to think about why you're making these selections. And we very much would love to have you call in or write in to share, which of these most troublesome things, things you're reporting as most troublesome. As it stands, it looks like balance and mobility problems are the top most troublesome health concern in our audience represented today, followed by choking and difficulty swallowing. But then after that, and again, striking is every other thing here is in some number of people's top 3 most troublesome PSP-related health concerns. So a wide range of top concerns in our audience today. So you can keep polling up, but thank you for now. That this will be our last polling question as we then go into the conversation here today. And I would like to welcome our Zoom panel, a panel of your peers from this community, care partners, and those living with PSP who are going to be sharing their experiences throughout the session here today. So Steve, maybe we can start with you as we're exploring this topic of some of the things that have been, of all of the various health concerns, what, was most has been most troublesome as you think about that? What's maybe the top one or two?
Well, Jim, let me start by introducing myself. I'm Steve. I live in Glen Cove, New York. I was care partner for my wife, Carol, throughout her journey and battle with PSP. Carol first exhibited symptoms of what we later learned was PSP back in 2018-19. She wasn't diagnosed until mid-2020, and she passed in 23. When I think about all the symptoms and the polling I just saw on your screen, I would say the symptoms that have the greatest impact on her and us was certainly mobility, balance, mobility, related to many of her personal interests. She was a writer, and her ability to write, her loss of small motor functions, her inability because of that to participate in her dressing, grooming, hygiene, was certainly a factor. Vision became a big issue over the course of our journey, and certainly speech. She was a communicator, and she lost her ability to do that.
Yeah, and Steve, as you kind of reflect on Carol's journey with PSP, you kind of led with the mobility and issues being kind of maybe the top thing, but a number of other impacts, obviously very important ones that she experienced. Did the thing that was maybe the most difficult, day to day, did that ever change over the years? Is there one thing maybe early on that was more, prominent in daily life than over time, or was that kind of pretty similar for her over the course of time?
Yeah, the symptoms seem to present sequentially.
Okay.
And each symptom got worse. So I like to compare it to sort of a tidal wave or a tsunami. So one wave gets stronger and stronger, let's say mobility, and then right behind it emerges a new wave,
Right.
and it builds. And then after a while, you've got 3 or 4 of these waves building, and it becomes a tsunami, which impacts your independence, your ability to cope with what you're facing, both for the patient and the care partner and others who are involved in care support.
And in your and Carol's experience, at what point in the building of those waves towards that tsunami would you say that she really had kind of hit a point of where you would say she lost her independence in day-to-day life? Was there a certain number of those things that had to kind of be added together, or how would you describe that?
Probably the biggest contributors to loss of independence was the deterioration in her ability to move around. We went from just being a balance issue, and she could still get around by herself, to me having to walk with her, to me holding her up, to no longer being able to hold her up, and she then was in a wheelchair. That was really the I would say the one symptom that most contributed to her loss of independence. But as I say, it was a tidal wave of building symptoms.
Sure. Well, Steve, thank you so much for helping us, start this conversation and sharing your and Carol's experiences there. I want to bring Kara into this conversation as well. So Kara, again, as we're exploring that very long list of different PSP-related, health concerns, which one or two things, rose to the top as most troublesome?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this really important day and panel. I'm Kara. I also live in New York, and I am part of a caregivers sort of circle. I both care for the caregiver and the PSP patient in trying to help them manage through this. And I want to just give a huge shout out to CurePSP because they really were the beacon as we were searching for, what was going on and how to manage. They really grounded us in an ability to start to deal with what was happening to this family. So in terms of I echo exactly what Stephen said. It's really the mobility and the fact that the patients are sort of trapped in their bodies because intellectually, the brain and the learning, the reading, the ability to comprehend seems very vital. It hasn't deteriorated along with the motor function, the mobility. And so it's being trapped in your body it's just really, really terrifying and difficult to see. But I would say the mobility is number one, exactly the same progression where just the ability to walk, they need to be supported by the caregiver. The caregiver in this case, it's a male who is the patient, and the wife is the caregiver, and she's a quarter of the size. So lots of logistical issues. Obviously, the eating, the choking factor is a function, the vision, all of those symptoms. And I think that, the ability to have greater education early on would also be helpful because I think like some of the others on this panel, we didn't realize it was PSP until after there were a lot of hoops and misdiagnoses, just because I think this disease is becoming more well known, but isn't as well known as others, within the healthcare community.
Sure. So Kara, just to explore some of those experiences, and thank you for bringing a really unique perspective, as kind of part of the support system, for a person with PSP. Not only is it the immediate spouses that are helping be part of that care system, but it takes a village. And so just as you were describing, one thing that stood out to me, that experience is kind of the idea of being trapped in one's own body. And as you were thinking of that, were you reflecting on was it primarily the mobility limitations, or were there, other aspects of the PSP that contribute to that sense of the person being trapped?
Yes, speech. The speech has really deteriorated where it's so effortful. And then the comprehension, so you need to lean in closely. The words are muffled and garbled, but you can just see the desire to communicate because, again, the intellect is there, all of the intelligence is there. It's really getting those words and thoughts communicated and received that is also a huge struggle. But again, as the caregiver and, the ecosystem around, if you lean in and you listen, you can get there. But it's so effortful.
Yeah. And that ability to communicate, how in this person's, experience, has that been an evolution too, in terms of the ability to communicate? And you mentioned, writing and fine motor as well, so kind of both verbal and nonverbal communication. Can you maybe just help us understand what, that journey looked like a little bit?
Yes, I mean, in the beginning, it was just a little bit slower, but I think all of the pieces were able to be performed. This really sort of crystallized in 2023 for this family. And so, I mean, it was obviously, again, and I think we'll hear from some of the others on the panel, looking back, you can probably see now with that 2020 hindsight, it may have started earlier, but because we didn't understand it, we weren't necessarily appreciating that we were on the PSP path, right? So in 2023, it really crystallized. And at that point, the PSP patient was, walking and talking again slower. And then now, as we hit 26, pretty much all of those functions are gone. They are able to use their phone, with care and to bang out some messages. So that function is still kicking. Again, I would turn it over to some of the other panelists to know whether that too is going to dissipate in the coming, months or years. But for now, the communication is not writing. It's really a little bit of being able to use their phone and text, and the slow speech.
Sure. Wow. Well, Kara, thank you so much for sharing that. I do see that we have a phone caller I'd like to bring into the discussion. We have Lisa from Rochester, New York, who's living with PSP and wants to share some of her experiences. So, Lisa, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you. I am a person living with PSP, and I am living now in a skilled nursing facility because I don't have family nearby. I do have a power of attorney and a healthcare proxy, and I have a lot of friends who do visit me, so that's good.
Yeah.
But I think the most difficult thing for me is my speech. I mean, I have fallen, and that is why I got out of the assisted living and am now in skilled nursing. But I think the balance got me out of my home.
Yes. So, Lisa, if you don't mind me asking, you said that maybe the most challenging thing is speech. Can you tell us, kind of for you, at what point did you notice, that your speech was being impacted? How did you notice that?
I noticed it because my mother had died about 3 years ago, and I think I had noticed my speech slowly. That gentleman talked about the tsunami.
Yes.
And that is true. That is true. It's like you have effects, speech, and that sort of thing, and falling backwards and not able to look up. I can't look up. I can look down, but I have trouble looking up.
And Lisa...
So my speech started about 2 years ago.
Yes. And Lisa, would you say that, day to day, your speech is impacted about the same? Do you feel like it's getting, slower or more difficult in any way, currently, or do you feel like you're stable?
It's getting more difficult because it's quieter, and I have had speech pathology.
Yes.
Pathology. And I have had speech-language pathology.
Yes.
And they have worked with me. I think the falling is a problem too.
Yeah. Wow. Well, Lisa, I really appreciate you calling in and sharing some of these things that you're going through, giving us a sense of your life in the skilled nursing facility and how things have progressing. So I just very much want to express gratitude for you calling in and encourage others to call in as well so we could bring more voices into this program. I do have one other phone caller right now that I'd like to bring into the program. We have AMK from Maine, who's a care partner to someone living with PSP and wants to weigh in on this topic of most troublesome impacts. So AMK, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
I am. Thank you.
Welcome.
A couple of points I wanted to make. So I am a care partner for my mom, and I live with her full time. It's just been 5 years in November. And having been through several other sort of life-altering diseases in my family, one of the things that I've noticed with our journey is that there's nobody prepares you for the new normal, right? So the diagnoses come, they go. We've already heard about several people who have been misdiagnosed. I would say there's probably a significant number. But, when my sister was diagnosed with cancer, the first thing that they did at the hospital, they pulled the family into a room and said, this is your new normal. And they started discussing, these are potentially the things that are coming down the pike for you and things you should be prepared for. And I really think that is a massive oversight in especially neurological health and when these conditions are diagnosed. So the lack of preparedness for the family and the person who has the condition. There also, at least I've experienced, a bit of apathy amongst the medical community in terms of really being certain about what their condition is. It's devastating to hear so many people get diagnosed with other conditions and be treated for those to find out later. And I know not everybody can know everything about every condition, but insofar as it can really have negative impacts, we had an experience where my mom was misdiagnosed, misdiagnosed with NPH, and there was a conversation about a shunt perhaps helping, but then the neurosurgeon said for what was happening with her, it wasn't going to make a difference. But my family didn't hear that, and they started insisting that she have brain surgery and a shunt put in, which she didn't do, but then eventually we found out that she has PSP, so thank goodness that didn't happen. I also want to touch on something that I haven't heard yet this morning.
Sure.
And I'm really interested to find out if there's any research around the lack of oxygen to the brain and how it may or may not affect the tau proteins. Because when I moved in with my mother, I found out she has sleep apnea. And 4 years ago or so, I requested a sleep study. Her doctor told me that it wasn't covered by Medicare. Yes. And I only found out last year that it would be covered, and she had one. And when I think about the number of years that she lived by herself, that she probably was suffering from sleep apnea, and her O2 sats were dropping into the 80s for several minutes at a time while she's sleeping.
Yes.
And I can't imagine that does not have a significant negative impact on the brain, obviously, and how that may help manifest these issues with the tau protein.
Right.
I know I'm on a little bit different tack in terms of the impacts of the condition to the family, but I know a lot of those things are going to be repetitive. And one of the things that I really want especially the neurology practices, is to encourage people. There are a lot of adaptive sports programs around the country. And my mom, at the time she was 84, 85, started or tried rock climbing for the first time in her life with an adaptive sports program. And while she didn't do great, she was so excited, and she had a smile on her face the whole time, and the community is so incredibly supportive. And I just think it's really important for people to be able to understand that while we're suffering in this vacuum of this condition, there are there are other ways for people to become engaged that could be very different than what they've ever done before.
Yeah. Well, AMK, thank you so much for sharing that. Thank you very much. A lot there in terms of that experience, and certainly the sleep apnea. We haven't heard a lot about the sleep disturbances, but we did see that show up in the polling question. So certainly want to continue to hear more about that. I do want to come back to our panel and check in here, and maybe we can go to Tony and Phyllis again as we're exploring the range of these different symptoms and health effects and some of the things that have had the greatest impacts. Would like to get you a chance to weigh in on this.
Hello, I'm Tony, and this is my wife, Phyllis. She started to show symptoms 2019, 2020, and it took a couple of years till December of 21 to get her diagnosed with PSP. After seeing the progress of the disease for a year or two and learning more about it through our support group down there, we decided to relocate, and we live now in central North Carolina, very close to the CurePSP Center of Care at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. And it's probably a good thing we did, because as these things come on, and Steve's description was just perfect, the tsunami just keeps growing, and you reach a new normal, and you think, well, this is not so bad. But every time you do, it worsens and more questions come up. And because we actually have a team to provide care for Phyllis, as the balance worsens, they have answers. As her eyes worsened, they got us to the professionals who could at least make her comfortable, if not, fix the gaze and allow her to see up and down. So at least we're in capable hands as these things worsen. Right now, the thing that concerns me the most, and we'll ask Phyllis in a minute, but it's the swallow problem. And beyond just the risk of aspiration and choking, there's the loss of just about the only thing we can do socially anymore. We can't sing together, we can't travel, but at least we can find a good meal, we can find a favorite dessert. And that seems to be going away, and that's just going to compound things even more. What would you say is the most serious symptom?
Definitely the lack of balance and what?
Speech problem.
Speech problems.
Yeah, no, thank you both. So I want to follow up on some of those things. First, Tony, for you, talking about the choking and the kind of also, kind of impact that has on the ability to, go out to a restaurant, socialize. Can you share with us, kind of, recent experience? What have you seen that's led you to be concerned, about the ability to keep doing that?
Well, when we moved here, we invited neighbors here for dinner, and that was 2 years ago, almost 3 years ago. And it was fine because Phyllis was able to see the plate and get the food into her mouth. And as time has gone by, we have to go to different kind of silverware. We have to raise the dish up off the table. We have to make sure that it's something easy to get off the plate. Half the time I finish eating and then start to put the food on the spoon and wait for her to eat it. And these are not things you want to do with guests around. And so, it kind of closes the world down a little bit.
Right. And then Phyllis, you had mentioned, the instability. And so, can you, just tell us a little bit about what you're currently experiencing? Are you experiencing falls? Is it hard to navigate your home? Can you just maybe give us an example of what it is you're going through?
What I'm going through is I use a walker in the first part of the day, and then when I get tired, Tony puts me
Phyllis goes in the wheelchair later in the day, so we don't have any bad outcomes.
Right. Yeah. And is that to prevent falls? Is that something that you all have experienced?
Exactly.
Yeah. And then maybe just one last question, for you all, because you talked about kind of this idea of like having periods of new normals, but then things change again. And, kind of building on Steve's, analogy of the tsunami, how would you describe the predictability of how long you have in a period of being in a new normal, and then when things change, is it, do you feel any kind of amount of confidence when you're, that a period of stability might last, or is it very unpredictable?
It is very unpredictable. And what's most frightening is if Phyllis gets tired or doesn't sleep well, and the next day has really bad balance or can't speak very well, you think, uh-oh, this is the next level.
Yeah.
So you never really know when it's going to happen, but you know it's coming.
Right. Wow. Well, thank you both so much for helping us understand some of what you're going through and some of those important challenges. Patty and Jim, if I can come to you both next. Again, same topic. We're saw that the big list of all of the different symptoms and health effects. What are some of the things that have been most troublesome?
Okay, good. Thank you. And again, we appreciate, Patty and I appreciate the opportunity to participate. We're Jim and Patty Gayhart. We're actually from Cincinnati, Ohio, even though we're currently in Florida visiting our son. But anyway, Patty was diagnosed in October of 2023, actually at the Mayo Clinic, after about probably 18 months of searching for answers to kind of figure out what was going on. I mean, I noticed some changes in Patty. She, being fiercely independent and somewhat on the stubborn side, probably didn't want to recognize and acknowledge some of that. But anyway, we finally was diagnosed, and I guess back to your question, and I actually beforehand, I mean, I knew nothing. We knew nothing about PSP. We've not had anybody in our family who's had any type of neurological issues. Patty was always very active, very sharp mentally. My dad used to comment that he'd never seen anybody kind of as sharp as her. And Patty used to get frustrated with me as we were playing card games that involved thinking. I was always a little on the slow side, so she'd get frustrated with my lack of ability to figure out what play to make in the time frame that she thought I needed to. So it was quite a shock to see some of these symptoms happen, right? But anyway, back as far as the symptoms go, I mean, we feel like, and Patty can weigh in on it, but feel like really the whole, and I think it mirrors what everybody else is kind of saying too, for the most part, is mobility. The other symptoms are not good, but the mobility, in my opinion, is kind of what takes away the independence. And again, her case is like the other cases. It progressed, from where she was kind of falling. It was kind of a stage where we were trying to figure out what was going on. She even broke her shoulder in the process. I mean, there were some injuries involved in it as well, to the point where she needed a cane. Then, she could walk with a walker, and now she uses a walker, but I have to be with her. In other words, even with her just standing on a walker, she will fall, if somebody's kind of not holding on to her. So I think that's the thing that has really taken away the independence, the ability. Because, even now, as I said, we're in Florida, as you travel, you have to, even as we drove, and as you're driving, you got to figure out, okay, where can we stop for restrooms? Something as simple as going to the restroom. She can't go in on her own, so I have to find family restrooms, and those, so they're a little harder to find at times, right? We've even had to stop. We figured out that some of the hotels, such as Hampton Inns, Fairfield Inns, and so forth, have have restrooms in the lobbies that are pretty much single person restrooms, and we'll go in and beg their, to use it and so forth. So it's just, it's easy to say mobility, but then you really start thinking about all the specific things, even. Tony, you mentioned going into restaurants. Some restaurants are better equipped for handicap versus non, and some of them have steps. So if we have a place we want to go eat that we've not been to before, I'll scope it out before we go in, kind of thing. So it's there's a lot of preparedness that has to happen even to keep the mobility, that we do have. So.
Yeah. And Jim, if you don't mind me following up, because you talked about like over the course of time,
Right.
the progression, some of the worsening. But is there much difference day to day, for, Patty, for you, in terms of, do you have good days where you can do a little bit more in terms of mobility versus, bad days?
I would say I just don't have the opportunity to do much.
Yeah, I think with her, she will have a day maybe or so where it's maybe not as good, but it just seems like it's more, instead of a stair step kind of thing, or a good day, bad day, good. It's just kind of more of a gradual piece, and I think that's, to me, the biggest frustration of this disease.
Yeah.
Is just basically, PSP's taken the quality of her life, and it's taken, my wife away, turned me into a caregiver, which I'm certainly happy to do. But the frustrating part is kind of spending every day just kind of watching piece by piece it get worse and her deteriorate, and not being able to do anything about it, other than, try to, manage the symptoms as best you can, right? I've been in, my career was in business, and you get pretty good at solving problems, right? That's what that's kind of what you do. You figure out a problem, and you figure out a solution, and you move forward. In this case, I wish I could figure out a solution. I wish I could figure out how to move forward. And that's the frustrating part about it. That's, yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you both so much. I do see that we're getting a lot of written comments coming in on this topic as well. So I want to, Christoph, give you a chance to share some of those.
Yeah, thank you, James. Yeah, I wanted to share a couple comments on things that have not been discussed, and then a few others that kind of corroborate what we've discussed. So we have Suzanne from Australia, a person with PSP, and she mentioned simply that for her, isolation, pain every morning, and that extreme sleeping, and her eyes are half closed as far as a symptom that affects her life. We have Kevin from Massachusetts, person living with PSP, and he said that his biggest issue is his voice and the fact that he feels tired as the day progresses. And then one more that I wanted to share in the many comments that we're receiving. Mario from Georgia, who's a care partner of someone living with PSP, and he says she lost her voice completely over an 18-month period. Her balance became worse. She had problem getting in and out of bed, and then further described the cumulative effect of these losses was overwhelming and deeply disruptive, not only for Lori, but for the entire family and everyone caring for her. So these are 3 additional testimonials that we've received that speaks of the added challenges.
Absolutely. Well, keep those comments coming. Again, you can submit written comments using that form that's under the player on the webpage you're following along today. We won't be able to read all of them today, but know that we are receiving them and will include them in the Voice of the Patient summary report. So I want to broaden the discussion a little bit. We've already started to hit on this topic. It's so tied to the impacts of PSP. But if we can go, we're going to go to a polling question here. So if you can open up that webpage that you had, www.pollev.com/PSP/PFDD. If you kept it up from earlier, you can just go there. That will automatically appear. If you closed out, you can also scroll down on the website with the player, and you can click on the link to the polling. This is for our patients and caregivers. Here we want to know what specific activities of daily life are most important that you or your loved one are not able to do. or struggle with due to PSP, and we want you to pick the top 3 greatest impacts. And so the options here are A, walking and mobility, B, driving or traveling independently, C, eating and drinking, D, communicating, E, independent self-care, things like bathing, dressing, and toileting, F, fine motor tasks, things like writing and typing, G, managing school or work responsibilities, H, restful sleep, I, participating in recreational activities and events, J, maintaining social and family relationships, or K, other, being some other specific activity of daily life that's important, that's you or your loved one are either not able or struggle to do because of PSP. That represents a top 3 greatest impacted activity. Like before, we want you to think about what it is about the why behind what you're selecting. What did you pick here? And, why is this something that represents a top 3 greatest impact for you or your loved one? And related to that, what symptoms, one or multiple PSP symptoms, make these activities difficult, for you or your loved one. So as it stands, some of the top activities that our audience is either not able or struggles with are walking and mobility. Certainly that's a theme that's already been coming up, but want to hear more about what that actually looks like in daily life, what as a result is difficult. Communicating is next, and then probably it looks like the number 3 is independent self-care. We're seeing almost everything else selected as a top 3 top impacted activity, with the exception of managing school or work responsibilities, and no one is reporting other. So a wide range of things that we hope to explore here. So thank you for participating in this polling question. Again, you can keep this website up for the next time we come back to polling. But I would like to kick this conversation off with Kelly. Kelly, so, again, thinking about, all of the impacts of PSP and how they might impact daily life, what are some of the things that are most challenging or even impossible?
Well, first off, thank you for having me. My name is Kelly. I'm in Los Angeles. My wife, Miranda, is 56. She has PSP, and we're now in the end stages. Initially, she was showing symptoms when I look back in 2019. So she was 49. Randomly falling. I thought that, okay, well, you were wearing thongs and the flip-flop got stuck in your foot and you kind of went over. But they continued to happen. And from there, we started seeing doctors, and it seemed like, well, you're kind of young, perhaps it's menopause. And to just kind of move a little bit forward in 23 is when she was finally diagnosed with PSP. By that time, she was no longer mobile by herself. She required the use of a walker. And then the wheelie walker became kind of a falling hazard as well. So that moved to a wheelchair. Definitely the biggest challenge is the vision. I don't know. It's chicken or the egg. The vision is impacting the mobility, or the mobility, the other way.
Yeah, Kelly, on that, because that's a really interesting point, is that sometimes we're kind of almost artificially talking about individual symptoms individually, but the interplay between these things, you kind of, when you think about, I imagine you were picturing, some moment or experience, in your mind as you were talking about the challenge of both mobility and vision. Could you maybe share one of those types of experiences with us?
Absolutely. One of the things that my wife loved to do was cook. And in and around that time, being able to focus down on a knife and chopping vegetables or cutting meats became such a challenge. And one such time, she was looking down and then just fell right into a cabinet door, and the cabinet door broke off. It stabbed her in the arm. And I was thinking, this can't be happening. I don't understand what is going on. And that's one of those waves in the tsunami where, my wife is not going to be able to cook anymore. And that's something that she loved to do. We have two kids, 18 and 16 now. They've been dealing with this since 12 and 10, basically. So communicating with our kids is the probably next big thing. Inability to express emotion, inability to express love. That's been a major impact for our kids in particular. And then just losing that camaraderie with me, her caregiver and husband, that we don't have that rapport anymore. We don't have that interplay. We don't have those jokes that we share. And looking at the two couples that are on this panel and seeing them smile at each other is brings me back to those times when we would laugh together. And I just don't have that anymore. And God, I miss that. I miss that so much. And that's one of the things that PSP has taken from me. And it's taken from my wife, and it's taken from my kids.
Yeah, and maybe just so we can better understand that aspect, because it's a little unique. Most of the communication that's come up has been more about like the actual ability to speak and speech. But I think you're describing something a little different. Is this kind of a change in like her personality and behavior? Is it more of like a cognitive impact? Like how would you kind of characterize what has made it hard for that rapport with both you and your kids?
I would say it's somewhat cognitive, but I think it's more just the mechanics of speech. It becomes so difficult to say something that it's easier to just leave it unsaid. And only things that really are necessary need to be said. Bathroom, dinner, pain in the neck, pillow, single words that just are important in the moment, and not kind of we're joking about a rug or a movie that we're watching on TNT.
Yeah. And if you don't mind sharing, how have your your teenage kids been able to cope with this?
Reasonably well, I would say. We're lucky. They are doing well in school. They're not out robbing banks or expressing their frustration and anger in an unhealthy way. We me and them tend to communicate quite openly about this and what's happening and where it's going, and they're reasonably well adjusted emotionally because of that, I think, and are able to verbalize and use appropriate language to express their frustration, express their anger, express their rage. I mean, I certainly do with them. I'm making dinner, and I've got work emails, and I've got texts, and I've got people on me about stuff, and I'm just out of my mind in the kitchen trying to get them food. And, my son will come in and he'll start unloading the dishwasher. He'll get his laundry from the laundry area and start folding it. Same with my daughter. And it's kind of an unspoken road, but it's there, and they know what I'm going through, and I know what they're going through. And so as long as we keep that going, I think we'll be okay.
Well, Kelly, thank you so much, and thank you for being willing to share about the kind of family dynamics and impacts as well. I do see we have a phone caller I want to bring into the conversation. We have Rob from Indiana, who's living with PSP and wants to share some of the impacts in his life. So Rob, welcome to the program. Are you with us?
I am. Thank you.
Welcome.
I began experiencing symptoms about a year and a half ago. I began with incontinence issues, which I understood at the time to be related to just age. And I'm 67 years old, but on Super Bowl Sunday last year, I fell down a flight of stairs backwards. It broke 4 ribs and my collarbone, and had to call the ambulance to get to an emergency room because I had no idea what was wrong with me, and they immediately sent me to a trauma hospital in the ambulance. And now I'm experiencing slow speech, but I'm speaking, still walking, gingerly, trying to avoid falling, which is a task in of itself. But speaking is my biggest issue right now, and I know it's going to get worse, but I think that maybe speech therapy will help. That's my hope. So I'm scheduled for occupational speech therapy at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota in May. And that's my story. My speech eyesight has just recently started deteriorating. I've had to resign from my job, so I'm on long-term disability only and Social Security. I just don't know what the future holds.
Yeah, Rob, I mean, thank you. First off, thank you for being willing to call in and share your experiences with us. You know, a lot there in terms of, you know, a number of the things that we've been hearing about. But again, that uncertainty and just not knowing for the future, you know, really, really difficult. And so just thank you for being willing to call in and voice that with us so we can begin to appreciate it. You know, I want to check back in with our Zoom panel here. I know a number of you have commented some on some of the different impacts on daily life, you know, when you were sharing about symptoms, but maybe with a little wave of a hand, if anyone would like to share on some impacts that maybe we haven't covered, or maybe you have a unique experience with. Yes, Steve.
Yeah, let me pick up on Rob's points there. We found that getting involved and staying involved as long as you can in physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy was really important. It helped to give a focus to daily life and involvement in the present. We did exercises, basically a package of Parkinson's exercises every day as long as we could. At home, we went out out of the home for PT and OT at least once a week. And we continued to do some pretty strenuous Parkinson's exercises in a gym with patients who really had Parkinson's disease, not PSP, for as long as we could, probably longer than we should have. It took, me and a caregiver holding my wife up to get her through some of these. But it was probably worth it because it really kept her engaged. It was exercise, which kept her reasonably strong for a long period of time. So I would encourage Rob and others to get involved in these activities and stay involved as long as they can.
Yeah. Well, while I've got you, Steve, I just want to follow up a little bit on, and it might relate a little bit to what you were just talking about, impacts on the ability to do activities in daily life, maybe as the corollary to some of those, kind of treatments and interventions, what activities, was Carol able to continue participating in, and, and then, where did you see, kind of more of the things that were more impacted?
Well, she remained involved in dressing herself daily, and her grooming and hygiene habits for as long as she could, but progressively her ability to do that declined, and she needed help. And that deterioration unfolded over a roughly 12-month period of time, going from being able to do all of those things, bathing herself, dressing herself, etc., to the point, 12 to 18 months later, where she couldn't do any of those things by herself and needed assistance. And that certainly was another undermining of her feeling of independence.
Yeah. And did she, express, kind of that loss of independence? Is that something that, as care partner, I'm I'm interested to hear. Is this things that you observed, or there's things that she communicated?
Sure, she communicated. She was very frustrated. She was angry. She would express her anger in many ways. She would scream. She was very upset. She became depressed. She began to take medication for her depression. So it was a really difficult time.
Wow. Well, thank you, Steve, so much for sharing that. Kelly, yes. Bring you into on this topic of impacts on daily life.
Yeah, just to kind of echo what Stephen was saying, maintaining some sort of structure, daily structure, weekly structure, especially around physical activities. My wife would, this was still early on when we were coming to terms with what we were facing. She would still walk up to the park to participate in Tai Chi, which she loved. She was stubborn and wouldn't let me walk her up to the park or drive her. She would walk up and I would follow in the car, and she would get to the class and she would do her class. And the teacher even brought out a stool so she could sit and do the movements. I think she loved it. I think it gave her that sense of independence that she could still do things. When it became too difficult for her, she would then do it at home through YouTube. And there's a whole bunch of activities that you can find on YouTube. She would sit in the chair and she would do chair yoga, chair Tai Chi. In addition, we also went to a personal trainer to do specific exercises for her core body, her trunk, her legs, just so that she maintained strength. And then we also consulted with nutritionists to make sure that we have a good kind of rich, high fiber diet, because I know PSP slows down the digestive tract, which can cause the constipation. If the nutrition is good, then it's going to be moving out. But the social interactions, even doing the physical training and stuff like that, it is social interaction. The friends and family, that kind of goes away, unfortunately. But when we're still engaged with people physically and engaged in that structure, I think it helps.
And similarly, I mean, you kind of described this like almost like, needing to change, modify, what the activity that she could do, that, Tai Chi, now doing, at home, like chair yoga, but if I'm hearing you, and please, tell me if I'm right, there wasn't like a comparable kind of thing to do that would still give the social interaction piece of it, were there, outside of, like physical activity, were there other, ways that, she and you were able to, find different ways to engage socially, or did that just become too challenging?
It became very challenging. For example, like earlier with feeding, eating became a real challenge for her because of the eyes. So she didn't want to be in the presence of a lot of people or in a restaurant and having to struggle. And eventually, along the lines of the eating, eventually, I had to move to a plastic cup, because if I gave her a glass cup, she would bite down on the glass. The glass could potentially break. Same with a spoon. I had to move to a plastic spoon because she was biting down on this metal spoon, just from a safety perspective. And I don't think she likes that, because then she feels infantile. And but it's kind of a safety precaution.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Kelly. Yeah, Kara, I want to bring you into this.
Sure. So just to follow up on that, and really on the day-to-day, and to me, the word dignity comes into mind, because again, in our situation, you have 100-pound caregiver, trying to manage. So everything now is in the house. The ability to go outside has dissipated for a while now. And something like getting to a shower, all of those, the things we take for granted, and just being a human being day to day, are a huge struggle, require a lot of planning. The kids need to get involved to get a shower, to get somebody who's strong enough, right? The OT and the in-house, therapies, huge. I leave it to you to say whether it really has an impact physically, but I think emotionally, feeling like a person, having someone touch your body and have you raise your leg, I think that's helpful, maybe as well for the emotional piece, the depression, that somebody is touching you, caring about you. Again, I'm not sure that it's actually helping in terms of the ability to walk, but I think it's hugely important. And anyone suffering with PSP should advocate and do what they can to get whatever services are available, whether in the house or out of the house, because I do think that as a holistic matter, it helps. People come over and do jigsaw puzzles just to show caring. Of course, the PSP patient can't do the jigsaw puzzle, but feeling that sense of community, all of those pieces, I think, are hugely important at every stage, but particularly at this stage. But the frustration and the anger absolutely manifesting. I'm not sure whether that's part of the neurological impact or it's, emotional, or both. But again, can't emphasize how important the changes are in those day-to-day, taking a shower, just the things, again, we take for granted as a human being.
Absolutely. So I do have a phone caller that I want to bring into the conversation. We have Surat from Sri Lanka, who's a care partner to their spouse. So Surat, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, I am. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sarat. My wife is suffering from PSP. She was diagnosed in 2021. We all thought it was Parkinson's, but later on it was diagnosed as PSP. Our biggest challenge, there are 3 challenges now. One, walking. She cannot walk on her own. Somebody has to support her. And then she goes tiptoes. With that, walking becomes difficult. And unless somebody holds on to her, she falls forward now. If we let her go, she falls backward. When we try to walk, she tends to fall forward because she's on her toes. So that's one issue we have. The second one is that she started mourning. All the time she was mourning. We didn't know what it was, but we know now she has pain in her legs. I found accidentally in the night she gets up, starts mourning, then starts massaging her legs. Then she calms down, she sleeps. So we know that she has muscular pains. I do not know what to do because we don't have any medication for this. That's the second issue. Third one is her speech. She used to be a doctor and she used to be a singer, so she cannot sing. I believe that brings some kind of frustration to her. She sings, but sort of in a very guttural voice. And if I can find a way of improve her speech and her voice, it will help big time. Basically, there are many other issues, but these are the 3 major issues we have.
Yes.
And I hope somebody can give me an answer.
Well, Sarat, thank you so much for calling in and being willing to share, some of those top kind of impacts. And by sharing, that's the kind of, what we're doing today, hopefully will help there become more answers, for everyone living with PSP. I do see we've been getting a number of comments coming in on impacts of daily life. Christoph, what are we seeing from the web?
Yep, let me look into it. Thank you, James. I'll just share a few that directly speak to daily life impacts. So Kay from Toronto, person with PSP, mentioned that she cannot get out of a chair without extra effort and would like to be able to resume playing the type of sports that she played. Let me look for another one that I had selected. Julie, a Florida care partner, mentioned that as PSP progresses, she says, as PSP progresses, my husband was unable to perform any activity of daily life. And she adds, we could not go on the nature trail that with his wheelchair, which had been a source of renewal. So these, I think, add some context to how PSP impacts daily life.
Well, thank you. And please keep those comments coming, and we'll keep reading those throughout. I do want to get to our last polling question here, just to broaden the discussion one last time as part of this morning's session. So if you can go back to that webpage, pollev.com/PSP PFDD. Again, you can, if you had it open, just revisit it, or you can scroll down and click on that link. This is for our patients and care partners. Here we want to know what worries you most about your or your loved one's condition in the future. And you can select the top 3 greatest worries that you have. The options are A, loss of independence or inability for self-care, B, life-threatening falls or choking episodes, C, losing the ability to communicate, D, cognitive or behavior changes affecting judgment or personality, E, permanent worsening vision impairment, F, losing the ability to swallow and safely eat, G, worsening depression, anxiety, or emotional distress, H, the inability to participate in social or family activities, I, burden placed on caregivers and family, J, worsening tremors, stiffness, involuntary movements, or coordination, K, losing the ability to walk or move independently, or L, some other worry that you have about you or your loved one's condition in the future that represents a top 3 greatest worry that you have. We've heard so much this morning already about what you have been living with and going through and your families, but we know that you're thinking about your futures as well, and so very much want to hear what it is that is on your minds as you think about future life with PSP. As it stands, it looks like the top greatest worry from our audience are life-threatening falls and choking episodes. After that, it looks like losing the ability to communicate and loss of independence and inability for self-care are some other top worries. But really profound to me is that every single one of these other options is still in some number of people's top 3 greatest worry for the future. So again, almost a theme from this morning is that there's so many different impacts people are experiencing, and that's translating to so many different top worries that our audience is experiencing. So I'd like to go to a phone caller and start this discussion. We have Stuart from South Carolina, who's a care partner to his wife, Fran. So Stuart, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm Stuart, and I live in South Carolina. My wife, Fran, is with me here. She's been diagnosed with PSP about 4 years ago. She's had symptoms for probably about 7 years. The early symptoms were loss of balance and falls, and also lower volume of speech, making it difficult to understand her. And, of course, it's progressed a great deal since then. She's at the point now where she can't really move at all on her own, can't really walk on her own. She has a U-step walker, but she can't use it unless somebody's holding on to her. The main problem we're having, or one big problem we're having right now, is with speech. She can just barely speak at all, and when she can speak, it's very hard to understand her. So it's a basic problem in communication. We just can't figure out what she's trying to say. It takes a lot of time. Sometimes we can figure it out, but it's very time-consuming, very frustrating for both of us because we can't understand what she wants. Her mind is still very active. She has a lot of things to say. She's a very active member of the family, wants to make decisions of what we're doing and where we're going and so on, but it's just hard to understand her, especially when we're driving in the car. But even at any time, even when we're lying in bed, I can't understand what she wants to do. We've worked with a speech therapist to try to figure out different ways of doing it, but so far haven't really come up with anything that works very consistently, and I'm afraid it's going to even get worse.
Yeah.
So that's where we are right now.
Yeah, and how has that, you were describing some of how that's been challenging for you as her care partner. Can you just share a little bit about how that's impacted her daily life more broadly?
Well, it leads to a lot of social isolation. For example, we still are members of a church community, but she is reluctant to go to church because she can't communicate with anybody, and that's what it's all about. She likes to go out and do things. She's the more social member of the family, but she really can't talk to anybody. So it's very awkward for her and for me to go out in any sort of social setting. That's probably the main problem. It's also a problem just dealing with caregivers. Other caregivers, we have a home care aide that comes in to help out, and also when we go to the doctor or to even a dentist or people like that, it's hard for her to communicate what's bothering her or what her situation is. Yes. She has problems with vision, which is common with PSP. She can't see very well. She's been back and forth to eye doctors and optometrists multiple times and got many different sets of glasses with many different prescriptions, and nothing ever seems to help. But part of the problem is just communication. She can't really take an eye test very well because she can't speak.
Right.
So it's hard for the providers to treat her and give her the right prescription, and I'm not sure whether it would help even if she could, but that's part of the problem.
Yeah. Well, Stuart, thank you so much for calling in and sharing your and Fran's experiences and impacts. I want to come and check in with my Zoom panel here, maybe start here with Jim and Patty, on this topic of worries for the future and impacts in daily life.
Obviously, I think we've heard, a lot of the impacts. It has tremendous impact throughout your whole life. It's not just one area. the thing I guess that worries me the most about, to your question about what worries you most about, going forward, is really from as a caregiver perspective, how best to manage the decline. Unfortunately, given a prognosis, the decline will happen. We're working hard, hopefully, to try to get that fixed in the future. But until that happens, then how do we manage the decline? Most of us probably in the caregiver role, at least Patty was always the caregiver in our family. She raised the kids. I traveled a lot with work, and so I tell people her biggest fear is probably that I'm taking care of her. So it's been a whole new world for me personally, and I do worry about being capable, being able to do what I need to do to give her the best support and the best care she can. A couple of things there. I want to give a shout out to CurePSP. They've been tremendous in this process. Matter of fact, when we were diagnosed in Mayo, I never heard of PSP, as I mentioned. And I asked the doctor. I said, "Well, where do we turn for information? Where do we turn for help?" And he said CurePSP. He actually gave me a sheet of paper with their web address on it, amongst other things too. But and so we've turned there, and it's been very helpful. And also I know Tony mentioned earlier in his kind of one of his comments about why they moved to North Carolina was to generate a team. I think that's the thing that I'm learning, and I've tried to create and generate, because you do need a team. You can't do it on your own. So you have to create that team to kind of help you get through this with people who know more about it than I do and a lot smarter in a lot of ways. And so, we're continuing to, monitoring and adding to that team. So,
Jim, just one quick follow-up question for you. You talked about your worry for your ability to take care of Patty with, what is expected in terms of her, future decline. Is there a certain aspect of that decline that most worries you?
Well, I think as she becomes, we talked already about the mobility, and as she becomes less mobile, and I think that, leads into social isolation that was mentioned. I mean, her speaking, when she spoke, you can tell her, most of us think speaking for 30 seconds is no big deal. She, cannot, she has a hard time carrying a conversation for 30 seconds even. So, and she was always, between both of us, the more social of the two, of us. So I think it's just, how do we keep the quality of life as good as we can keep it for as long as we can keep it? What can I do to provide whatever tools and tricks and so forth there are to keep us as active? And one of the reasons we wanted to come to Florida was Patty's always loved to walk. Matter of fact, during the COVID period, we were walking 5 miles a day. She'd walk 2.5 miles pretty much every day. So the winters in Cincinnati aren't great about getting outside. And instead of just being holed up inside, at least now we can, she can't walk very far. She needs assistance, but at least we can get out and, take a little, walk around the block kind of thing. So it's those kind of things that I'm trying to think through and try to figure out how best to, provide for the best quality of life that we can as we manage the decline. Unfortunately, it's kind of, sad and hard to say that. As I said previously, I always felt I was pretty good at being able to solve problems, but this is a problem that I think I've just got to recognize it as right now. We have to manage it instead of solve it. So,
well, thank you, Jim. Tony and Phyllis, I'd like to bring you in this conversation. Worries, maybe the top worries for the future. What are those for you both?
A lot of what Jim said applies to us as well. We've set up our house here as best we can for somebody who's going to face the problems that keep mounting here for Phyllis. Socializing and keeping the world open is a huge problem. Phyllis still has a great deal to say. You just have to be patient enough to hear it. And people don't realize that. I mean, if neurologists can't recognize PSP, somebody at church on Sunday has no idea what she's suffering from, and they treat her as if she weren't there. They speak to me when they're talking about her, and she's sitting right there in the companion chair. So that's a huge problem. We have found support groups to be incredibly helpful. We're lucky enough that we still keep in touch and are part of the support group we were in Southwest Florida. And they have another really nice group here at UNC that we're a part of. And so there's learning that goes on there. There's sharing with other people in exactly the same position. And those are people who know how to listen and know what Phyllis is going through. So that's a big part of what we have now.
Yeah. And Phyllis, is there anything you'd like to say? What your greatest worry or concern for the future?
Well, Tony has expressed that he's worried that he won't be able to take care of me. And that's my concern too. And also the eating is getting more obstreperous, and so
It's okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Phyllis. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing your worries with us directly. It's important to hear them. I do see that we're getting written comments on this topic as well, so I want to make sure we're sharing some of those. Christoph, what are we seeing?
Absolutely, James. So we have Suzanne from Australia, a person with PSP, or her answer, she says, frightened of what's to come, scared to do anything in case I fall. Brenda from New Jersey, newly diagnosed with PSP. She says, I do not have a care partner so far in this journey. I am going at it alone. I'm frightened as to what will come in the future, whether she'll be able to take care of herself. And then Mario from Georgia, a care partner, the inability to communicate and to tell us what her need. So kind of some strong statement there from our community. Yeah.
Yes. Well, I just want to thank everybody this morning, our Zoom panel, the callers, those of you who have been writing in, and of course our panelists who started us off. Just so much for helping us understand so much of what it is to live with PSP. You've really helped paint a vivid picture of that for us. And while we're now going to go to a lunch break, I just wanted to make sure that you all understood how grateful we are for each and every one of you to participate. So at this point, we're going to take a 30-minute break. We'll be resuming at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, where we'll be building on the discussion from this morning and digging more into your experiences with different treatments and management strategies. And also importantly, we want to hear from you of what you're looking for from future treatments. For now, we'll take a break, and we'll see you in about 30 minutes.
Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon, and welcome back to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on progressive supranuclear palsy. I'm James Valentine, your moderator. I'm here in the studio with Christoph Diaz from CurePSP. We're so glad to have everyone back this afternoon as we build on this morning's conversation where we learned so much about what it is to live with PSP, as we now want to explore your experiences with treatments and your preferences for future treatments. But before we get into that, I'm going to turn it over to Christoph to introduce our afternoon speaker. Christoph?
Thank you, James. So we'll carry on, and I'd like now to welcome our clinical speaker, Dr. Anne-Marie Wills, who will provide us with an overview of the current treatment for PSP. Dr. Wills is an associate professor and neurologist at Mass General Hospital. She's the director of the CurePSP Center of Care at MGH and oversees the CurePSP genetics program. She's also one of the principal investigators on the PSP trial platform, among many other responsibilities and projects she's leading. And with that, I will pass this over to Dr. Wills.
Thank you so much for the introduction. I'm going to talk today about current and future drug development for PSP. These are my disclosures. I have been involved in several of the clinical trials that I'm going to be talking about today, including the PSP platform trial. This morning, we were talking about why is PSP so difficult to diagnose and to treat. And a lot of that is related to the complexity of the disease, the sheer number of symptoms and different systems that are involved in this disease. So some patients with PSP might present to a neurologist initially, or a psychiatrist, or an ophthalmologist based on what their initial symptoms were. And that can lead to a delay in diagnosis because those specialists may not have even heard of PSP. And so this is just an overview. This is not comprehensive in any way, but this is just an overview of the many, many different types of symptoms that patients can present with. In terms of current treatments, we are quite limited. We only have symptomatic treatments, nothing that will actually slow the progression. This summary paper here, which was put together by the CurePSP Centers of Care on the best practices in the clinical management of PSP, and talks about several of the symptomatic therapies. So, for example, people often use carbidopa-levodopa, a standard Parkinson's medication. There can be some response in terms of stiffness and slowness. Amantadine also sometimes helps with gait and freezing, but it has a high risk of delirium and visual hallucinations. Most of what we provide to our patients is non-pharmacologic interventions, so be that physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, all those supportive measures that can really improve people's lives. But again, do not get to the heart of the disease, the cause, or the disease progression. Symptomatic therapies as well listed here that target some of the symptoms of the disease include botulinum toxin, which is very helpful for dystonia, for blepharospasm, sialorrhea, neurogenic bladder. We have a lot of sleep aids, some of which are more effective than others in terms of PSP. I would mention that clonazepam should not, I would prefer that all the benzodiazepines not be used in PSP because it's associated with a faster disease progression. Sometimes when people have irritability and personality changes, sometimes that responds to an SSRI. And one of the hardest things for us to treat is the cognitive changes that occur in PSP. And unfortunately, all the medications that we currently use for Alzheimer's are either not effective for PSP or they have significant side effects. For example, donepezil, although it does help with memory, it was actually shown in a randomized trial to worsen balance and falls. So we have to be very careful when we're using medications like that. These are my personal list of medication, of symptoms that I would really like to have a better treatment for. For example, obviously disease progression is the biggest one. Improving balance and reducing falls, that's huge. If we had a way to help with people's aphasia, people's ability to come up with the right words, that would be enormously beneficial in terms of people being able to interact with their loved ones. We have a lot of problems, as I said, in terms of cognition, executive dysfunction, impulsivity. I wish we had something for that. And then there's some PSP-specific symptoms, such as difficulty reading, unexplained vertigo, runny nose, where we have really no treatment at all because those symptoms are really so unique to PSP. Current drugs that are in development. So there is currently one ongoing clinical trial for disease modification. This is the PSP platform trial, which is slated to start very soon. There are two compounds that have been selected for that trial, an anti-tau vaccine and a small molecule modulator of P75. There are going to be additional compounds that are going to be selected, and hopefully this is going to really improve the speed with which we're able to test different interventions for PSP. There are two active non-recruiting trials. One is the ferro-oglycanase inhibitor, which should read out next year. There's also a trial that's finishing up in South Korea. And then there's a phase 1 trial and a phase 3 trial that are scheduled to start in 2026 in the spring. And this is just to talk about sort of in general, the interventions that we're looking at are all designed to look at tau and trying to prevent tau spread and tau accumulation. So we have antisense oligonucleotides to reduce their production. We have ways to enhance degradation. There are these post-translational modification inhibitors, and then ways of trying to prevent the spread from neuron to neuron. Current barriers to PSP drug development include the diagnostic delay that we talked about earlier, the phenotypic heterogeneity of the disease, a lack of animal models, lack of validated biomarkers, lack of alignment on clinical outcome assessments, lack of validation of patient-reported outcomes, and then we also need to define meaningful score differences for all of these outcome measures. In terms of the phenotypic variability, so we talked a little bit about how there's some differences in terms of patient presentation. There are variants. So PSP Richardson syndrome is the most common of the PSP phenotypes, but there are other PSP Parkinson's, PSP speech language, etc., that progress in a different way. So some progress faster than Richardson, some slower. This does complicate clinical trials if we want to involve everyone with PSP. Unfortunately, it does mean that you need a larger sample size in order to detect change. Biomarkers that could help in terms of the diagnosis are still in development. These are just some PET imaging ligands. The challenge there is that they also highlight the tau that's seen in Alzheimer's disease. So they have not been as specific for diagnosing PSP. And then there's some fluid and skin biomarkers that are brand new, that are in development, that I'm very excited about. I am hoping that within the next few years, this will enable us to diagnose PSP more accurately, more reliably, more quickly, and that will enable us to do disease-modifying trials earlier in the disease. However, we do not have a lot of longitudinal data, and we need to validate these in larger cohorts. Going back to, problems in terms of clinical outcome assessments. So the PSP rating scale, which is our standard outcome measure, it does not measure many of the symptoms that are most important to patients. What is clinically meaningful on that outcome scale has been estimated to be 5.7 points, which is about 6 months of disease slowing, which is probably much more than what most patients tell me they would consider clinically meaningful. Most patients tell me that 1 month difference in terms of their disease progression would be clinically meaningful to them. There is a really new patient-reported outcome measure called the cortical basal ganglia functional scale, which the design of it incorporated a lot of patient input, and it does capture a lot of the symptoms that are clinically meaningful to patients. However, this scale needs to be validated in larger cohorts, and we need longitudinal data in order to validate it as an outcome measure in clinical trials. And finally, the PSP study group, the MDS PSP study group, is working to define MCID and MCIW. This would be figuring out what is clinically meaningful to patients within the existing clinical outcomes for drug development purposes. So just circling back to the barriers that we were talking about initially, CurePSP and others are working to reduce diagnostic delay in this disease. Many of the PSP variants can be incorporated into clinical trials. However, it does require a much larger sample size, and it will require some stratification of randomization based on those variants. Diagnostic biomarkers are in development. I'm very excited about some of the fluid and skin biomarkers. However, we're still quite a long ways off in terms of using them diagnostically in the clinic and also using them as an outcome measure in clinical trials. The cortical basal functional scale is a promising PRO, but again, we need a lot of validation and longitudinal work on that. And then we need to come up with what is clinically meaningful for patients of the existing clinical outcome measures. Thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to hearing from the patients about what their experience has been in terms of treatment and clinical trials and what they would like to see is in clinical trial development for PSP. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wills, for that treatment overview, helping set the stage for this afternoon's discussion. So now we're moving into our second session of today, which is to explore your experiences with current and future PSP treatments. So you'll see projected here some of the questions that we want to explore with you this afternoon. So we want to know, what are you currently doing, and as well as what have you done in the past to help manage you and your loved one's PSP symptoms? We want to know not only what medications you've used or are using, but what other treatment approaches, whether that's different types of like occupational, speech, physical therapy, other medical interventions, but also more holistic approaches, including even lifestyle modifications, anything that you or your loved one are doing to try to make living with PSP symptoms a little bit easier. That's what we're counting under this big umbrella of treatments. So we know, when you're thinking about all of those things, how do those treatments help with the most significant symptoms and health effects of your or your loved one's PSP? And whether or not those things are helpful, what are some of the most significant downsides to your or your loved one's current treatment options? And how do those downsides, whether that's side effects or burdens of keeping up with the treatment approach, how do they affect daily life? Once we've spent some time exploring the currently available treatments, we do want to look towards the future and want to know, short of a complete cure for PSP, which is something that we all want, what specific things would you look for in an ideal future treatment for PSP? Or maybe think about it a little bit differently. What factors would be important to you when deciding whether to participate in a new research trial or try a new treatment that might come along? So to get us started on these topics, it's my pleasure to introduce our second panel of the day. We have Ariel, Heather and Pete, Paul and Dawn, Katie and Pete, and John. So Ariel, why don't you kick us off and take it away?
Hello, my name is Ariel, and I am from Atlanta, Georgia. My mother, Brenda, was officially diagnosed with Parkinson's disease in 2016. Although our family sensed something was wrong long before then. That spring, I noticed a change in her expression, a masked look that made her seem distant, as if her emotions were quietly slipping away. It was so unlike the warm, expressive mother I had always known. With a family history of strokes, that was our first concern, but we eventually learned we were facing something very different. In the early years after her diagnosis, my mom remained active. She drove, exercised, and loved water aerobics and Tai Chi. But slowly, subtle changes became undeniable. A serious fall left her with chronic hip pain. Then in 2018, a pharmacy dispensed Ambien instead of Sensiment. She lost consciousness and her independence declined sharply after that. My aunt moved in to help my father, and my brother moved back from Ohio to Atlanta so that she would not be alone. As her condition progressed, I traveled from Arkansas to Atlanta frequently for her medical appointments and caregiving support. We eventually hired caregivers for full-time care. And when the pandemic began, I moved home for 8 months to rebuild her care team and ensure she had consistent support. Even with the Parkinson's diagnosis, something didn't fully make sense. A DAT scan came back abnormal but inconclusive. Doctors continued to label it Parkinson's, but looking back, this was one of the earliest signs that my mother actually had PSP, progressive supranuclear palsy, a rare neurological condition frequently mistaken for Parkinson's in its early stages. Her medication, carbidopa-levodopa, provided only partial relief, around 30 to 40%. When neurologists finally diagnosed my mom with PSP, it explained why traditional Parkinson's medication was never enough. Adjustments helped slightly, but the benefit was temporary and required frequent dosing throughout the day to maintain a basic function. As swallowing became more difficult for her, we crushed her medications into smoothies or applesauce. Eventually, she required a pureed diet and a tightly timed medication schedule. Sometimes 6 to 8 doses per day. We worked with her doctors to manage her anxiety, sleep challenges, hallucinations, and other symptoms that accompany this disease. To preserve her mobility and quality of life, we used physical and occupational therapy as long as possible. These therapies were invaluable. She also loved boxing therapy. It gave her a sense of strength and empowerment until the pandemic forced it to stop. Speech therapy early on helped, but as PSP advanced, because there was so few therapists that understood the disease, she often wasn't approved for ongoing sessions, even when we saw a clear benefit. To help keep the home safe, my father renovated our house, adding on an accessible bedroom, roll-in shower, and equipment such as a Hoyer lift and stand lift. For years, she used a gait belt to walk short distances and adapted silverware to feed herself. These small tools preserved her independence and dignity for as long as possible. But PSP is relentless. It gradually took away her ability to walk, to speak, and eventually express emotion. Watching my mother, a warm, joyful, faith-filled woman, lose each of these abilities was devastating to our family. When she was first diagnosed, there were almost no PSP-specific clinical trials available. By the time newer studies emerged, she could no longer walk, speak, or swallow solid food and no longer meet eligibility requirements. This is why I am sharing our story with you today. My mother faced PSP with extraordinary grace and unwavering faith. Her journey deserves to contribute to change so future families can face this diagnosis with clear answers, better treatments, and renewed hope. Thank you for your work, for your time, and for considering the experiences of families living with a rare neurological disease like PSP. And thank you for allowing me to share my mother's story.
I'm Pete, and I live in Durham, North Carolina with my wife, Heather, who has PSP. Heather and I were high school sweethearts. Heather was a standout student and athlete, and after getting a full scholarship to the honors program at the University of Delaware, she, for reasons lost to the mists of time, left her high school boyfriend behind. Heather graduated from Delaware in 3 years with a double major in art history and philosophy. Eventually, she moved to North Carolina, got an MBA at the University of North Carolina, and founded and ran an accounting firm. 4 decades later, we reconnected. We had some wonderful years together before coordination, vision, balance, and affect symptoms started appearing. By 2017, we had a diagnosis of PSP. Symptoms slowly increased, and currently Heather is unable to swallow and can no longer walk. Her communication is limited to some ASL signs, yes, no thumb gestures, and pointing to letters on a letterboard. We've seen numerous healthcare providers, including multiple neurologists, physical, occupational, and speech therapists, pelvic floor specialists, ENTs, neuro-ophthalmologists, cornea specialists, wheelchair specialists, and more. We've used a broad array of mobility, speech, eating, bathing, toileting, sleeping, transport, and safety equipment. Heather now has a G-tube for nutrition and hydration, and a suction machine and percussion vest for breathing issues. We've tried numerous drugs over the last decade. Carbidopa-levodopa helped significantly early on and continues to provide a small benefit. Better sleep helps with all symptoms. A CPAP machine and our current nightly cocktail of mirtazapine, trazodone, melatonin, delta-8 and delta-9 THC have kept Heather's sleep average at a reasonable level. We use trazodone for anxiety, particularly in the afternoons and evenings. Amantadine was useful for a short period of time. Heather now takes gabapentin for pain and mirabegron for bladder control. Gabapentin, ketoconazole shampoo and cream, and pimecrolimus cream have all helped with dermatitis and itching. Heather's had good results with Botox for muscle stiffness. Finding and implementing treatments for the ever-changing symptoms has been a major challenge. Notably, it took over a year and a long chain of specialist referrals to get an effective treatment for Heather's dry eyes. By the time we landed on PRGF eye drops, or platelets-rich in growth factor, aka blood tears, and scleral lenses, Heather had endured significant eye pain and cornea damage. Although these treatments were our most significant victory to date, both are not covered by Medicare for PSP. This illustrates that the progression from first line to effective treatment is too often too slow for patients with PSP. The impact of PSP on us, our friends and family, Heather's firm, all the organizations she worked with, and the community at large over the last decade is huge. I'd like to highlight just one of those impacts. As a prime-of-life disease, PSP often affects people right at their peak earning years. In our case, Heather had to sell her firm, leave the many boards she served on, and we both retired earlier than anticipated. Delaying the onset and/or progression of the disease for even a few years can make a big difference for people's financial well-being. What might the FDA do better? Just as most people know very little about PSP, I knew very little about the FDA other than its role in drug and vaccine approval. A quick search told me that the FDA already has programs aimed at addressing rare diseases like PSP, accelerating approval for therapies and using big data to speed and evaluate those efforts. I did not find mention of efforts to repurpose existing drugs and hope the FDA is involved in this area. More research is needed in all areas of PSP disease progression, from understanding what causes the disease to diagnosis and treatment. If the FDA has a role to play in understanding the cause of PSP, collaboration between the FDA and disease organizations, who are ideally placed to help with large-scale epidemiological studies, for example, could be useful. As for diagnosis and treatment, for people like us with unfortunately short timelines, we encourage more focus on higher risk, higher reward treatment research as opposed to lower risk, lower reward incremental diagnostic studies. We're sure that fostering connections and collaborations across diseases is extremely valuable. We hope the FDA will do what it can to increase the inclusion of rare disease populations in larger studies and clinical trials for more common but related diseases like Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, or other tauopathies. We greatly appreciate having the opportunity to give our perspective and offer our thanks for your time and listening to us.
Hi, I'm Dawn, and this is my husband Paul, who was diagnosed with PSP on March 22nd, 2022. His initial symptoms were lightheadedness, dizziness, sleep apnea, restricted vision, and low heart rate. He did get a pacemaker to correct the low heart rate, but that didn't help any of the other symptoms. PSP has affected Paul's ability to see, swallow, talk, walk, and is stiffness and has retropulsion. We tried to get into several clinical trials. However, we were denied because he has a pacemaker. What we have tried is the iTind procedure for benign hyperplasia. It was developed by Olympus. It is a temporary implant to shrink the prostate and open urine flow. That, combined with Gemtesa for overactive bladder, has been a godsend. Although it was a 10-week healing process, it was a success. Prior, Paul was getting up to go to the bathroom 5 to 6 times a night, thus only getting about an hour and a half of sleep per night. It has now been reduced to getting up only once or twice a night to go to the bathroom, and he is getting 6 to 7 hours of sleep a night. That's remarkable. That's amazing. He's also gotten true dose plasma-rich platelet treatments. He had a low platelet count and would bruise horribly after each fall. These treatments cost about $1,500 and are not covered by insurance. The first 2 lasted about 8 to 12 weeks, and the third one lasted much longer. These treatments have sped up the healing process and have reduced the bruising and excessive bruising that occurs after each fall. He's also done hyperbaric oxygen chamber treatments to improve oxygen getting oxygen into the brain. The true dose and hyperbaric chamber treatments are about 6 hours away, making it for very long days when we've gone for treatments. Closer access to these treatments would be so beneficial. Speech therapy has been very crucial for maintaining his ability to speak, and more importantly, swallowing food. For fitness, we've tried Rocksteady Boxing, Parkinson program, silver sneakers, and just general walking, but those activities are becoming more difficult at this time. Equipment we have purchased, a platform lift in the garage to get him out of the house and into the wheelchair van. Our garage does not have enough room for a ramp, so we had to get a platform lift. We also have a wheelchair van. We got a transfer bench for the shower, a lift chair, recliner, a SureHands wall-mounted lift from the bedroom to get him out of bed and into a chair, and a U-step 2 rollator. There is one additional piece of equipment that we need, and it's a battery-operated sit-to-stand lift assist, as his leg strength is weakening, and therefore the need for the lift is increasing. And a streamlined pre-approval process is greatly needed. In our view, an ideal treatment would be a medication that could slow the progression of this disease, especially for swallowing and speaking. The choking kills the social life, our social life, because it scares everyone around when he chokes, when he eats. So we ask you to please find a way to slow down the process and the progress of progressive supranuclear palsy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for watching this video and taking time to make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Katie. Back in September of 2023, I was diagnosed with PSP. I don't think I'll ever forget that moment when I was told by someone that I had only met a few minutes earlier that I had possibly 5 to 7 years to live. I don't think I'll ever forget the look on my husband Pete's face. He looked shocked, cheated, and betrayed. I either have felt completely resigned to this. Although I did think that I'd have a little more time to check off the list of other possibilities. I thought I'd have a little more time to process what's been happening to my body over the past 2 years. Back in 2022, I had both of my hips replaced within 7 weeks of one another. I was 65 years old, and this was the first surgery I ever had. I was so impressed with myself that after the first surgery, because I was up and walking the next day, I basically had no pain. It wasn't until the second surgery that I really knew something wasn't right. I can remember thinking I had a bad side effect from the anesthesia. It all started so subtly. Very slowly, I realized I wasn't off. It wasn't anything that was noticeable to anybody else, but I knew. My brain felt fuzzy sometimes, though I wasn't fully awake. My PCP sent me to a neurologist, who in turn suggested I go see another neurologist who specializes in movement disorders. I distinctly recall my sense of relief. I didn't connect the movement specialist to my brain. I immediately thought that there must be something muscular. I jumped from there being something wrong with my brain. Now there being something wrong with my body. I realize now that I was tiptoeing around with my denial. In the next few months later in 2023, I started to have my first symptoms. That leads me to where I am today. Scared, angry, and sometimes very, very sad.
Hi, my name is Pete, and I'm Katie's husband and primary caregiver. And Katie and I don't really feel there's a lot of options right now when it comes to treatments for her symptoms. But we currently are focused on in-home options such as physical, speech, and occupational therapy. Katie's prominent symptoms currently are her speaking voice being soft and whispery, and her mobility, her balance, and she also has frozen gait, which occurs at least once a day, where she will go to get up out of a chair or go to move, to walk, and her brain tries to tell her legs to move and they just won't move. This is a very, very uncomfortable thing for Katie, especially in public places like restaurants, where people don't understand what PSP is or how it affects someone like Katie. And she's frozen for a few minutes before she can move. Right now, she's taking carbidopa levodopa, a Parkinson's medication. She's taking three pills 4 times a day, but it doesn't really seem to be doing a lot. We're also in the Orion clinical trial starting in October 2024. We were very excited. We were very hopeful about this. We were looking for anything that would give us hope. However, we were informed at the end of August that they were ending the trial because after 6 months, they didn't see any difference between people on the placebo and people receiving the new drug. This was extremely disappointing for us, but we're looking again to get into a new trial as soon as possible. I have a very hard time understanding how there hasn't been any medication developed to address this disease since it's been around for so long. Something that will at least slow the progression. This disease has turned our lives completely upside down. Our lives are very different than we thought they would be as we both went into retirement, thinking we'd be able to travel, spend time with friends, play golf, ride bikes. All of this just went out the window with Katie's diagnosis. She's lost all of her independence. I'm constantly worried and distracted by that worry about her falling. And we're only in the beginning after 2 years of this very slow progression. We are desperate for some kind of medication that will help her symptoms.
Hello, my name is John Heckel.
My wife Janet was diagnosed with PSP in 2021 at the age of 69. For 2 years previous to that, she was simply diagnosed as being on the Parkinsonism spectrum. The Parkinsonism diagnosis was made here locally in Humboldt County. The more accurate PSP diagnosis was made 2 years later down at the University of California at San Francisco. We'll never get those 2 years back. Had we known from the outset that Janet had a terminal progressive neurological disease, we would have taken full advantage of her still active mobility. We would have traveled, we would have gone to Europe, knowing her mobility was progressively getting worse. So, the first request is a more available and accurate diagnosis. We all want that. We all hope for that. But for now, we're concerned with the various symptoms that slowly and progressively limit the extent of Janet's life activities. Among the most serious and debilitating are loss of balance, dry eyes, double vision, the loss of speech mobility, frequent urinary episodes, and the ever-present possibility of choking. The symptoms we've spent the most time and money on are the eye problems and the frequent urinary trips. We have seen a local ophthalmologist and have made several trips to the University of California Davis Eye Clinic. We've tried pills and all sorts of eye drops, all to no avail. The specialists at the Davis Eye Clinic prescribed various treatments, various eye drops. Nothing worked. The vision limitations and double visions have severely impacted Janet's life and limited her choices. More on that later. Janet's urinating urges, many are false alerts. The time between varies between 45 minutes, 120 minutes. A 2-hour urinary pause, and we're grateful. Her frequent urinary trips combined with her balance issues are an extremely difficult aspect of her daily life, and as her caregiver, mine. We have again tried everything. We went to the Santa Rosa, California clinic for Medtronic InterStem system implant. The implant helped for some 4 weeks and then became a frustrating hindrance. Various prescriptions through hospice care have also been attempted, and again, no success. She currently wears a diaper to sleep at night, and with 2 or 3 weeks of this writing, we will most likely request an internal catheter. Trying to deal with Janet's dysphagia and potential aspirational pneumonia necessitates thickening all the liquid intake. We've tried various brands and have found that Clear Dysphagia Aid to work the best. We've also received guidance from our local hospice team that help minimize choking frequencies. Her most recent difficulties have been sleep-related. With the help of hospice, we're experimenting with various prescriptions to see which help. We've tried a combination of baclofen, 20 milligrams, lorazepam, 0.5 milligrams. The lorazepam didn't help, and what currently does the trick is 2 500 milligram Tylenol PMs and 20 milligrams of the baclofen. Her verbal capacity is progressively deteriorating, and it looks like it will be only a matter of time until her speech is gone entirely. Mornings are considerably better than evenings, which is most likely true of all of her symptoms. We have the California end-of-life meds in the house. She's in no pain, which makes end-of-life decisions more complicated. Her decision will be based on her creative abilities, which brings up what is most vital to her, her eyes. If her eyes functioned properly, she would paint, do collage, write, play Scrabble, and all the other related activities that modern technology would allow. Something for her eyes, please.
Wow. Thank you, John, and to all of our panelists for kicking off this afternoon's discussion and really, telling your and your loved ones' stories and journeys through navigating the treatment approaches for PSP and helping us understand, those available treatments, but the gaps that continue to remain. Now is our second opportunity today to expand the conversation to all of you in our audience, people living with PSP, and care partners, to have you add to this discussion and continue to help us understand the current treatment armamentarium and what it is that you're looking for from future treatments. If you'd like to call in and share some of your treatment experiences, we welcome you to do so now. You can call in by dialing 1-703-844-3231. And that phone number is 1-703-844-3231. When you call in, you'll be connected with our operator. He'll take down some information. Then we'll be able to bring you into the program from there. So please feel free to call in now at any point during the discussion. But I'd like to get us started with a few polling questions to get a sense of some of the experiences in our audience today. So this is for our patients and care partners only. If you can go ahead and open up a browser on your computer or on your phone. You can also scroll down on the webpage that you're following along today, and you'll find the link for www.pollev.com/PSP-PFDD. Again, that's pollev.com/PSP-PFDD. Once you get to that web page for polling, you can keep that up throughout this afternoon's program as we go to different questions. They will automatically appear there. Our first question for this afternoon, we'd like to know, what medications have you or your loved one used to treat symptoms associated with PSP? You can select all that apply. The options are A, Parkinson's medications like carbidopa and levodopa, B, sleep medications, C, pain management medications, D, anxiety or depression medications, E, medications for urinary symptoms, F, ophthalmic treatments for eye symptoms, G, CBD or THC derivatives, H, investigational medicines in a clinical trial, I, other medications, or J, if you or your loved one with PSP have not used medications. As a reminder, when we see percentages on questions where people can select more than one option, the percentages represent the percentage of overall responses we're getting, not the percentage of people who have made a certain selection. And so you can use the red bars as kind of a relative ranking. And so what it looks like here from our audience is the top medications we have experience with in our audience today is Parkinson's medications, followed by the ophthalmic and sleep medications. But then we have a good range of experiences with the other symptomatic treatments, as well as investigational medicines and clinical trials and other things. We do have some reporting that they have not used medications for their PSP. We go to our next polling question. So here, expanding beyond medications, as I mentioned earlier, when we talk about treatments, we want to cast a wide net of different approaches and strategies to help make living life with PSP a little easier. So here, if we're focusing on some of those, what other treatment approaches have you or your loved one used to help manage the symptoms of PSP? And you can select all that apply. The options are A, physical therapy, B, occupational therapy, C, speech therapy, D, swallowing management strategies, E, mobility and positioning equipment, F, home modifications, G, communication aids, H, vision supportive care and interventions, I, nutritional support, J, exercise or structured physical activity, or K, some other treatment approach that you or your loved one have used to help manage the symptoms of PSP that's not otherwise listed here. And then L, you can select if this is not applicable because you're not using anything to manage symptoms of PSP. So while final results are coming in, it looks like physical and speech therapy are two of the most reported, followed by exercise or structured physical activity and occupational therapy, also mobility and positioning equipment. We see swallowing management strategies and home medications kind of there in the middle. But we have experience with each of these things, and no one is reporting that this is not applicable because they're not using anything to manage symptoms. So we have one more question for you here as part of this first batch this afternoon. So I want you to think about all of the different approaches across those last two questions we asked, both the medication and broader sets of treatment approaches. And I want to know, how well does your current treatment regimen control your loved one's symptoms overall? The options are A, not at all, B, very little, C, somewhat, D, to a great extent, or E, not applicable because you're not using anything. And this question, I want you to, this is, a number of our questions, have been subjective, in terms of ranking, but here, we know your response is going to be very personal as to why you're making the selection for the, about half of you that are saying that treatments are controlling symptoms very little. We want to know what that means for you personally. How would you, rate where there has been that little bit of help, but what are the gaps? Same for the, over 40% of you saying somewhat. How have treatments helped somewhat? What does that look like for you or your loved one? And same goes for a little over 5 or 10% of you that are saying to a great extent. At least as of now, no one is reporting that treatments don't help at all. And again, no one is reporting not applicable because they're not using anything. So you can keep this webpage up as we come to different polling questions a little later. It will automatically appear there. But for now, I'd like to jump into this conversation, and I would like to welcome our Zoom panel, some of your peers in the community living with PSP and care partners. And, I'd like to start, Mana, with you, as we're, you're, looking and thinking about, the wide range of different treatments and treatment approaches, management strategies, reflecting back, was there anything that was maybe most helpful or beneficial?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having us, Christoph and James. And I'm Mana Sangvi. I am calling in right now from Minnesota. A lot of our experience was in regards, or all of our experience was in regards to my dad, my late dad. His name was Hemang Bhatt. And it was actually, it started in New Jersey. So through his patient care journey, just for context, and I should call out, this past January was our 10-year death anniversary. So we're talking about 15-ish years when it started. Started in New Jersey, and then they moved to North Carolina. And then from there, India was where we actually ended up. But to answer your question in regards to approaches and treatment and things that were helpful or that we explored in the process of his entire journey, early on, it was focused on mobility and tools that were essentially to help on the balancing front and prevent falling. As it progressed, it was a combination of probably the key areas were around physical therapy, symptom management. He was taking medication. Happy to share more about this later, but it was Parkinson's medication mostly, which was not effective for him, though he was misdiagnosed, and happy to come back to that as well at some point. So that could have been part of it. And then as the disease progressed, a lot around swallowing and speech therapy, and any kind of support on the vision side and ways to continue to create as comfortable of a life as possible till the end.
Right. So, Mana, maybe let me focus a little bit on the things that you said were a little bit more helpful, and we absolutely will be broadening the discussion to some of the things that maybe were more challenging. You mentioned that there were, kind of mobility aids, primarily, I think you said, to help prevent falls, and then eventually like physical therapy was added. Could you kind of describe, how those approaches helped, were they able to, were they successful in helping reduce falls? Kind of just, can you describe that for us a little bit?
Sure. I think the best place to start is the psychological expectation of, wow, this is happening. I'm not sure what this disease does, and I'm not sure what I should expect. And that navigation of that journey with, oh, okay, well, my doctor said that this might be, as they learned, it was a little bit of puzzle piece finding and then tools that were brought in to help through that process. As I mentioned, the earliest stages were what he originally called as a wobbling problem, not realizing that it was, what that meant or that was imbalance or where that came from. And so he and my mother both lived on the second floor of our house. So one of the first tools that we realized was, well, the first hazards, I should say, was the staircase when the disease started to progress. So it started with, from a mobility standpoint, a walker. Cane, but not very long, so really walker. Lift chairs, because the lift chair allowed him to get that extra momentum coming in and out of a chair. Mobility was really a key focus for those early years. So then it was in the shower, a chair to support. And this was prior to needing that 24-hour care support that came further out. And then beds with railings, and then eventually wheelchair accessibility and all that, but that was further along. We learned a lot about the medical supply store and the costs around all of that and where to find things and what we might need. And some of that was from caretakers that we engaged along the process. Some of that was from medical professionals, but it was really connecting dots and digging into things as we learned about it because so much of it was unknown.
Yeah, and just to dig in just a little bit deeper, that's a lot of a lot of things that you need to connect the dots on. You talked about needing to add a lot of mobility assistance devices, but also just guardrails within the lived environment. Did that completely prevent falls? Were falls still, even with those kind of instruments, something that was a real risk? Can you describe that a little bit?
100% it was a real risk no matter what. I think it always can be. In our case specifically, my dad was in the early stages, I feel like I need to be careful so he's not frowning at what I'm saying even from heaven right now, but essentially a well-to-do, not heavy set, but full-bellied man. And so the weight proportions for him versus my mom, who was his primary caretaker, were quite different. And so early on, even though as they were learning about the imbalance and the missed step opportunities, he fell on top of my mom, who was in her mindset trying to protect him from falling down the stairs. And as a result, and this was at a time where they were already empty nesters, so none of their 3 kids were in the house at the time. And as a result, she broke her shoulder. That impacted her ability to drive him around. And these were the early stages of realizing, oh, wow, okay, I guess we need to find a new solution. But yes, if you're careful, you can prevent falls when you're, most of the time. But the reality is, the other part of this, which, we heard from the videos and earlier conversations, is independence is so critical for a patient and for the caregiver to continue life as best as you can for as long as possible. And so it was definitely not foolproof in terms of the falling.
Wow. Well, thank you so much. Kieran, I want to bring you into this conversation. Again, we're exploring the big broad range of all of the different treatments and management strategies, and any comments and reflections that you have on things that maybe were most helpful along the way.
Yes, hi. Thank you so much for having me and including me in today's discussion. My name is Kieran. I'm based in Virginia, right outside of Washington, D.C. I was a primary caregiver for my father, who was initially, like so many people we've heard from today, diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, and then received a probable diagnosis in 2023 of PSP, and he passed away in September of 2024. So I think so much of what Mana said resonates with our story as well. Just the mobility issues. I hate to say it. We started with a walker, the cane, very quickly progressed to relying on a wheelchair. But still, there was only so much kind of surveillance you could have on my dad prior to the point when we didn't have 24/7 care, and times we would catch him at the fridge getting a midnight snack, and just the worry, the anxiety around him falling. And so as much as I hate to say it, when he lost his ability completely to get up, the anxiety level for us as caretakers went down. But on the flip side, he did lose so much independence. And we relied heavily on a SARA study initially when he still had enough strength in his legs to help himself up, and then we could push him around. In about the final year, we depended on a Hoyer lift full time, which has straps that allowed us to move him from the bed to the wheelchair. So many people have touched on speech and swallowing were huge things that very quickly overnight just declined. And with the speech, there really wasn't much we could do, unfortunately. And, of all the symptoms, I think that affected my dad the most. He voiced several times how scared he was to lose his voice. He handled everything else like a champ, but losing the ability to speak was really scary to him. And as painful as that was, it was also just so hard to be constantly vigilant of how and when he was going to inevitably choke, the problems with swallowing. We did use a suction machine in the final months, which helped keep things clean and as much as we could. But when he had problems passing the secretions, there really isn't a magic bullet, unfortunately, with any of the treatments that we experienced. And as I describe to people who are not familiar with the disease, I feel it's so much like a boulder that is inevitably coming down the mountain, and you can try to bolster, you can try to keep it from coming, and sometimes you plateau a little bit, but inevitably that boulder is coming down. And so, no, there's nothing that unfortunately stands out to me as a magic bullet, just medical devices and equipment that made taking care of him easier.
Yeah, and if I can follow up on one thing that was really striking that you said, which was, when he, eventually lost the ability to get up on his own, like the stress level, the worry level went down, and that was despite, prior to losing the ability to get up, having, a number of strategies that you're employing, to reduce the risk of falls. Can you just, kind of talk about, why that was limited? Was it that he was not using those like mobility assistance devices when he would get up in the middle of the night to go get himself a, midnight snack? Like what kind of, maybe just share a little bit to help us understand that.
Right. So he just completely lost the ability to move. For a time we had him on a physical therapy program. He would begrudgingly do his bike exercises at the stationary bike, and try to maintain the strength and mobility in his legs. But over time, he just lost it completely. And so the assistive devices that I mentioned require another person to be there to help the patient, to use them. So getting up in the middle of the night for that midnight snack was unfortunately no longer an option.
Right. Wow. Well, thank you so much, Karen. I see we have a phone caller that I would like to bring into this conversation. We have Rob from Indiana who's living with PSP. We heard from Rob in the morning session, but Rob, I would like to welcome you back to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, thank you.
Welcome back.
It's great to be here. Thank you. So just last week, I began a clinical trial from Oxford and Cambridge University in the UK, which was approved by my neurologist here in Indianapolis, but not by the Mayo Clinic doctors. And the reason the Mayo Clinic doctors declined was because the drug was not FDA, with the clinical trial was not FDA approved. I'm on a very, very low dose. I believe there's only 2 doses. The name of the drug is methazolinide. I believe I'm on 20 milligrams 2 times a day. I'm also on the levodopa. However, I went on a cruise with our grandchildren a few weeks ago and only fell once on the cruise. But I met and befriended a gentleman on the cruise ship who had ALS for 2.5 years. And his optimism just gave me hope beyond belief. He was still walking, still talking, still moving. He would get in the swimming pool and exercise, and he taught me some exercises. So we're having a pool installed next month at our home. My ability to speak, as you can tell, has deteriorated dramatically. My ability to make myself has decreased. A former, I boxed for 10 years amateur and fought some great fighters in the ring. And now I'm boxing today, very different reason, just to get the exercise in. But that's my story. I was diagnosed by the Mayo Clinic in October of last year, but symptomatically, I've had PSP symptoms, I believe, for nearly 2 years, beginning with incontinence and then escalating to balance. In February, it was Super Bowl Sunday last year. My wife and I watched the Super Bowl in our bar, and I fell climbing our stairs to go to bed at the end of the Super Bowl. I broke 4 ribs and my collarbone, and I believe I passed out for about 45 minutes. I tried to get up and was unsuccessful.
Rob, thank
you. I crawled up the stairs, started screaming for my wife, who was asleep at that time. And she finally got up, called the paramedics.
Rob, that's such a intense experience, and I really appreciate you calling back in and sharing some of your treatment journey as well, and including participating in a trial. And I think sounds like you're very early into that, but wish you the best of luck, and and hope that optimism from that person with ALS transpires for you. I do see we're getting written comments in on this topic of treatment successes, so want to make sure we get some of those voices into the conversation here.
Sure, James. I'll share a few. We have Leslie L. from Pennsylvania, a person with PSP. She said that she does a lot of PT, OT, and speech therapy and uses a U-step or a wheelchair. She also uses Thicket for swallowing issues. We have Mervyn, United Kingdom care partner, who said, I have registered with the hospice, who support us with various activity. And I'll share one more, Lynn, who's a care partner, who shares with us that sleep quality has improved with a CPAP machine. Swallowing had worsened, but her husband is working with a speech therapist and is seeing improvement. So those are kind of correlating with what we heard today. Yeah.
We'll continue to submit those written comments. You can use that comment form under the player on the webpage you're following along today. And those that we aren't able to read will get included in that Voice of the Patient report. We do want to broaden the discussion. Of course, we are very happy to continue to hear about things that have been helpful, but I'd like to now go to a polling question to expand some of the treatment experiences that you all are having into understanding some of the drawbacks and downsides. So again, if you can go to pollev.com/PSP PFDD, that same webpage, and you'll be able to see here that we want to know what are the biggest drawbacks of your and your loved one's current treatment approaches, and you can select up to 3. So A, they do not stop or slow disease progression. B, they're not very effective at treating the target symptoms that they're intended to treat. C, they only treat some but not all of the symptoms of PSP. D, the loss of effectiveness over time. E, time-intensive and exhausting daily routines. F, there's a high cost or copay or they're not covered by insurance. G, they're of limited availability or accessibility. H, strict medication timing or fasting requirements. I, the side effects. Or J, some other biggest drawback of your or your loved one's current treatment approaches that represents a top 3 greatest drawback of those treatments. And then, of course, you can select K if this is not applicable because you or your loved one are not using anything to manage PSP symptoms. So again, as we're expanding this, we want to understand whether or not those treatments have been helping, but the things that you've tried, what do you consider to be the biggest drawbacks? As it stands, it's looking like the greatest category selected by our audience is that it does not stop or slow disease progression, followed by that it's not very effective at treating the target symptoms. After that, some of the others that are rising to the level of being a top 3 biggest drawback are that they only treat some but not all symptoms, they lose effectiveness, it's time intensive and exhausted, or there are issues with high cost or copay. We are seeing some selecting side effects and then some other drawbacks. So we certainly want to hear about your experiences with those. And as we start off this topic, I'd like to check in with our Zoom panel and maybe start with Rich and Geraldine on this. Now broader discussion of current treatment approaches, whether or not things have worked. Have there been important drawbacks, that you all have experienced?
Hey, you want to start?
Well,
I'm Rich and Geraldine Marsanico. We're here in Florida right now. We're from New York, snow country, not Minnesota, but snow country. So Jerry was diagnosed with Parkinson's about 2.5 years ago. Again, misdiagnosed. Again, we've talked about this all day here. And then it was actually prior to that was myasthenia gravis. I want to point that out. There was myasthenia gravis, or eyes closing and so on. And then the Parkinson's and an atypical Parkinson's. And then about a year ago to PSP. So did you want to say something?
well, I'm in the early stages based on what everybody else has been saying today, which is good that I'm in the early stages. But sometimes I feel better about that because I don't have a lot of those symptoms that a lot of other people have talked about. But I do have my eyes that bother me a lot.
Double vision.
I have a lot of double vision, and I take refresh eye drops. That's what the doctor gave me for my dry eyes. Doesn't seem to help much, but I am using it. I think amantadine has helped me more than the carbidopa has helped me.
The amantadine was prescribed about, I guess, a couple of months ago, and that seems to help. We've downsized on the dopamine and put 2 pills a day, right?
The amantadine in 100 milligrams.
Yeah.
And we're moving now to a smaller home. all on one level. We're doing that. And the other thing is I progressed from a cane to a walker, and I use a helmet now.
Yeah.
Because I've fallen a number of times, and I hit my head.
It's a very stylish helmet. So
now I use a helmet when I go out. And I don't care. I just will do anything I have to do to stay upright.
Right.
And
you both mentioned the amantadine helped, Can you kind of describe how did you notice that? In what ways has it helped?
I just noticed it because I get my eyes open more. I seem to be more alert and awake. It hasn't helped me with my falling.
Okay. She's actually fallen a bit more now. So
I'm falling more now.
Yeah. And every day, I'm like behind her all the time.
Yeah. And what has it meant to, that help that you were getting with your eyes and your vision? Can you maybe give us an example of what that actually means?
I have prisms in my glasses. I have prisms in my glasses now.
Okay.
It doesn't help me that much, but it helps a little bit. And I can't really see what I'm eating because I look down and I can't really, everything is double vision when I look down.
Mm-hmm.
So that is affecting me.
And she was a big reader, so she's not able to read that much.
No, I'm not. I have books on audio now, which helps me a little bit because it gives me something to do during the day. And I'm not sewing as much as I used to. I used to be a big sewer, but I'm not sewing that much anymore. And
but she's got a lot of support group. We're going to move to this one level home, which is like only 10 minutes away from our current house. So all of her friends are there. So socially, it's going to be good, right? We figured that's the best medicine for her right now, is to have that cup of coffee and somebody comes over in 10 minutes.
Yeah. And in addition to proximity of friends, which, sounds incredible to be, have that more accessible to you, are there other considerations in, making a move, to kind of the single story, home, things that you're looking for, or is kind of represents some kind of, modification from your current living situation?
Well, I couldn't go in my pool anymore because I had to go down steps to get into the pool. So I couldn't go in the pool anymore. So this will help me because there's a community pool.
Yeah.
And I also do my speech and I do physical therapy every week.
She goes to the gym twice a week, with one particular guy that is familiar with Parkinson's.
Yeah.
Going back several years. We've been doing that for quite a while.
And
so that helps.
Yeah. Well, thank you both very much. Important to hear, not only about, the medications, but, these very big and, quite intrusive things like needing to move homes as well. Jack, I'd like to bring in you into this discussion, again, as we're exploring the range of different, broadly speaking, treatment approaches. What treatment experience would you like to share with us?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that all of these discussions are bringing back a lot of memories.
Yeah.
And my name is Jack Phillips, and my wife had PSP, my wife Linda. I'm the board chair of CurePSP and a member of the Southwest Florida support group. And Linda, we went through a misdiagnosis procedure, which lasted about 18 months. And I have to say that that's probably the most stressful part, not knowing, the uncertainty of what's going on. And then she was misdiagnosed with Parkinson's, which seems to be really, really prevalent. They put her on carbidopa, levodopa. It made her feel worse. And that was kind of the tip-off that something else was going on. She was finally properly diagnosed at the ProMedica Neuroscience Center in Toledo, Ohio. And then we got a second opinion at Cleveland Clinic. So now we knew what we had, which, believe it or not, lowered the stress level. And then what do we do? Well, we found out there are two things that we did that made quite a bit of difference. And number one was reading Dr. Golby's book about physical therapy and the importance of it to slow down the progression. We really went after the physical therapy. So she had, as some others have said, physical therapy twice a week, and then caregivers continued to have to increase the amount of caregiving. And then the caregivers would do it. So every day there was physical therapy. And some was programmed with the physical therapist. It was a doctor of physical therapy. One thing was cute. He used to dance with her in the fitness center. And everybody else in the fitness center got a big charge out of watching Dr. Jake and Linda dance. But she loved it. She also did deep tissue massage, which helped with the muscle rigidity, which I haven't heard anybody mention before. And then the Parkinson Voice Project. She did that every day, which is a 30-minute program, and that really helped with both speech and swallowing. And so that was one thing, the physical therapy. And the side benefit of that, not just the physical part, but was the socialization. Because she was doing it with someone else. She was doing it with the caregiver. She was doing it with the massage therapist, and they were talking to her and interacting, and that made her feel special. Yeah. And then I'd be working with her on things. So it was a motivator. Right. And she always looked forward to going to those activities. It wasn't like, oh my God, I have to do physical therapy today. No, let's go. I'm ready. So that was important. The other thing was, we've talked about where you stay in your house and what you do, is the assisted living places and nursing homes and those types of facilities. Yes. At least where I am in Naples, Florida, they are not set up for someone with PSP. They are more the central nursing stations where, there's maybe an alarm on the bed or there's something. But PSP needs somebody with them all the time because of impulsivity, the tendency to get up. You can't push the alarm button. So we adapted our home so that we could stay in our house. Right. And yes, it costs money to do that. But a lot of things were simple. Like in the master bedroom, we tore up the wall-to-wall carpet and put in wood floor so that a wheelchair could walk around on that. And we got other equipment too. Right. But those two things made a big difference. The other symptom that nobody's mentioned yet is she had extreme light sensitivity. So when she'd go outside, she had dark glasses, but she had to put dark glasses under the dark glasses. Otherwise, it was just way too bright. Right. Now, when she was in the house, it was okay. Sure. But that was a simple fix, frankly. Well, but Jack, the whole process, the one last thing, the whole process as it progressed became very isolating. Yeah. And what we found was family and friends, some of them stepped up to help and some of them stepped back. Right. And you didn't really know which ones were going to do what, but some were very empathetic and then some were very put off by the disease. Sure. Jack, I want to follow up on one thing because, we've heard a lot of people have kind of reported doing physical therapy, and, I loved, kind of hearing about that there was like a whole social aspect to that that was important kind of from a, kind of mental health perspective, and probably made it a lot easier to keep up, with that, knowing that it was, kind of enjoyable, getting that interaction, but if you're, kind of from your perspective, looking back at her physical function, do you think the physical therapy, did that help maintain her functioning? Did it actually improve anything looking back? I honestly think it helped slow the progression. Okay. It didn't stop the progression, but I believe it slowed the progression. Okay. Yeah. And there was going out and doing those things because, I remember wheeling her in the wheelchair into the fitness center. People would come up to her and, hey, Linda, how are you doing? Right. This and that. So there was a nice feeling about that made her feel
Sure.
seen.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Jack. We do have a phone caller that I want to bring into the conversation. We have Lisa from New York, who's living with PSP. I think we also heard from Lisa this morning, and so wants to share some of her treatment experience. So, Lisa, I'd like to welcome you back to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Welcome back.
So, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm on carbidopa, levodopa, which helps with my falling and helps with my swallowing somewhat. So that's all I wanted to say. And I have had some PT and OT and speech, which have helped too. I know the Voice Project for Parkinson, Parkinson Voice Project. I know the gentleman who called last or spoke last mentioned that.
Yes.
And I think it has helped a lot to not feel alone and to not feel isolated. I do have grab bars in my bathroom, and I had some put in at home, and I had, before I sold my house, I had some grab bars installed and a walk-in shower, which were very helpful too. But I don't know. I don't know what I will face coming up.
And you said that, you have the carbidopa levodopa has helped with balance and swallowing. Can you say anything about how you've noticed that?
I have noticed that. How long have I noticed it? Okay.
Yeah, how did you notice it? Yeah.
How did I notice it? Well, I hadn't fallen in quite some time, and I had swallowing issues, but I hadn't gotten worse. So that was what helped with the carbidopa levodopa. I'm on the smallest amount 3 times a day.
Well, thank you so much, Lisa, for calling back in and sharing some of your treatment experiences and helping us understand what, where you have seen, some help, what that looks like for you. I want to check back in with our panel here and come to Tom, again, exploring still current treatment approaches. Would love to hear, anything that was impactful, either good or bad in your experience.
Sure. And first, just want to thank everyone who makes this possible. This disease is so heartbreaking that this is incredible that you're putting this on. I live in the Boston area. My wife, Lynn, was diagnosed with PSP in January of 2020, and she passed away 2.5 years later in July of 22. I also lead the Massachusetts support group. So every month I'm talking with about 20 other care partners who are going through the same journey that all of us have gone through. Just following on what's been said so far, I think the current treatment options like carbidopa, in Lynn's case, ended up having significant side effects in terms of fixation in particular. She'd get really fixated on certain things. So we ended that pretty quickly. And there weren't really any other pharmacological therapies or interventions that we found helpful. I'd say the thing that was most impactful for us, and following on what Jack said, is socialization and making sure that Lynn did not get isolated. So having friends come over in a structured manner. In our case, she had a girl gang that came over on Mondays and they did puzzles together. And Lynn really couldn't manipulate the puzzle after a while, but she could sit there and take part and know that her friends were around her. So that was very meaningful for us.
Yes.
The other thing I'd say is that, being able to interact with the world at all, so using an iPad to be able to either read or to click on the icons was something that was really helpful for Lynn, although her ability to do so went away pretty quickly. It was very hard to actually manipulate the iPad after a while.
Right. And then, Tom, if you don't mind me asking, kind of as, Lynn progressed and lost, some of those abilities, was there anything that, was available to try, or, how were you all, kind of navigating, towards, kind of end of life, any, kind of, treatments or managing symptoms or just her quality of life?
I've heard every intervention possible through the support groups that I'm a part of. I would say the main thing that we ended up focusing on closer to end life was nutrition and ability to take in food and safely. And so, because once she was wheelchair bound, the issues about falling, they go away. And you heard that earlier. Once they're in the wheelchair, actually, that becomes less of an issue. But getting enough nutrition, figuring out what smoothies are going to have enough calories and be something that you'd like, and then using whether sippy cups or different kinds of straws, that became more of the focus, was, nutritional health as we got near the end of life.
Thank you so much, Tom, for sharing that. I do see that we're getting written comments coming in on some of these treatment downside experiences. And so I want to check in. Christoph, what are we seeing from people submitting comments?
Yeah, I'll share a few, Jason. Just wanted to follow up on Tom's point with another comment from our community. Mario from Georgia, who's a care partner, mentions that as swallowing became unsafe, Lori required a feeding tube placement, which fundamentally changed daily life and care, and then they had to resort to using a suction machine to remove oral secretions. So I wanted to share this one. As far as treatment, Brenda from New Jersey, newly diagnosed with PSP, she says, I started speaking with a psychologist. I've been going to PT regularly and have improved my balance, and I'm also seeing a speech therapist. I wanted to share a third one in the group here. Carolina mentions exercise, social activity, walking with a stroller, and listening to classical music as a way to help. So I'm going to comment.
Thank you to everyone who has been writing in as well. We appreciate you sharing your experiences, and we'll keep sharing those throughout the remainder of the program. But I want to move us now to our last topic of the day. I want to make sure we have time to cover this, which is your perspectives on what you'd like to see from future treatments. So to get us started on this topic, I'd like to go to the final polling question of today. So one last time, go to that webpage, pollev.com/PSP PFDD. You can click on that link under the player. If you already had it open, go back there. And here we want to know, short of that complete cure, which we all want for PSP, but before we get there, until we get there, what specific things would you look for in an ideal treatment for PSP? And you can select up to the top 3 things you and your loved one are looking for. So the options here are A, slow or stop disease progression, B, to reduction in falls or improvement in balance, C, improved mobility, D, preserve or improve ability to swallow or eat safely, E, maintain the ability to communicate, F, preserve vision, G, preserve independence in daily activities, H, more durable effectiveness over time, I, reduced care partner burden, J, improved tolerability, or K, address multiple symptoms simultaneously, or L, some other specific thing you're looking for in an ideal treatment for PSP that represents a top 3 specific thing that you're looking for in a next future treatment. So we'll give you, this may be the hardest question of the entire day, to try to narrow it down and pick just the top 3 specific things that you're looking for in an ideal treatment. So as you're reflecting on this and making your selections, we would love to hear from you by phone or written comment to tell us what you picked and why. As it stands, it looks like the overwhelming thing our audience is selecting as a top 3 specific thing in an ideal future treatment is to slow or stop disease progression. After that, we're seeing kind of a collection of maintaining the ability to communicate, preserve or improve the ability to swallow and eat safely, improve mobility, reduction in falls and improvement in balance, preserving vision and preserving independence in daily activities, as well as some people reporting that a priority is to address multiple symptoms simultaneously. Just a few things here that haven't been selected as a top 3 treatment goal by some number of people in our audience. So thank you for everyone for participating in the polling. You can now finally close out polling for the day. I want to come to our Zoom panel here and get your reflections on, this next, thinking of future treatments, what you would like to see. Another way to think about this could be, if something were to come along, whether in a new trial or if it became approved, what would be important to you to know in considering that. Kieran, maybe we can start with you on this topic. As you're thinking whether it was the list of things on the polling question or something else altogether, what was at the top of your list?
Sure. So I have a few thoughts on this subject. I guess, first of all, just it would be wonderful to have a way to easily swallow the medications. This became more and more of an issue as the disease progressed, where a lot of times we'd have to crush up the medication, put it in applesauce or pudding. Some of the medications weren't even supposed to be crushed up, but there was no other way to administer it. Whether that looks like an intramuscular injection that's given a few times a week or a month or whatever that looks like, just an easier way to administer medications. As I mentioned, in our case, my dad was most fearful of losing his voice. And one thing that I did look at was a prescription device called Speech5, which I believe is used in the Parkinson's disease community. And it is supposed to dramatically increase the volume of your voice and assist with speech. Unfortunately, at that time, there wasn't an easy way for me to test and see if it would be a good fit for my father. Right. But if there would have been some way just to preserve his ability to speak, I think that really would have gone such a long way in improving his quality of life and our quality of life as his family and friends.
And exploring that particular device, I think the thing you mentioned was, increasing volume. How would you have, whether it was that device or something completely different, kind of what would have been your goal for, preserving his ability to talk? Like, if you, is there some aspect of the speech that you would have been particularly helpful for him, or, how would you think about that? What would be the treatment goal there?
I just think having the ability to communicate what was in his head, to be able to give more than a yes or no response, if that, because eventually he did lose that ability. And, it's very difficult to see someone slowly lose their ability to talk. In my father's case, he wouldn't have been able to use, the text-to-speech technology that's available to some patients who can still use an iPad or a computer. And again, with the vision problems, I know that there's technologies out there that allow you with your eyes to be able to communicate with a screen, but he just had no control over his vision, the vision impairment. So having a way for him to communicate before he completely lost his voice and ideally to maintain his ability to speak would have been, the best treatment for us and my father.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, Kieran. Man, I want to bring you in on this topic. What is at the top of your list? What you'd like to see with, for future treatment?
Yeah, and I think Christoph knows this to no end because I'm on the board of CurePSP, and I joined the forward because I'm in the fight to find a cure one day. That's really like where we want to end up. Don't know if it'll happen in my lifetime, but want to get there. In the meantime, though, I echo Kieran's comments. In the early we actually talked about this earlier on in the conversation, but independence and the ability to maintain independence is such a critical part to self-dignity and the shock of how fast things are progressing. So early solutions to address or help continue that independence, I think, is a key aspect. And I know that can mean a lot of things, but just daily activities of being able to live the way you know how to live versus being dependent on everybody and having that shift so quickly. And then the other piece is 1,000%, I would echo what she said on communication. The ability to communicate your thoughts and use your voice and engage for as long as possible, really till the end. Because the reality of this disease is it's tricky with your body giving out, and then the ability to communicate. You're not able to hand signal. You're just handcuffed in a lot of ways, because of the particularities of this disease. So while all of the symptoms are pretty tough, vision loss is tough, mobility is tough, the lack of ability to use your voice or use any style of engagement and communication is probably one of the most isolating and devastating aspects that my dad experienced, that my family experienced, and that their entire community reacted or didn't react to, as Jack was referencing as well. So that would be my number one.
Sure. And then just, thinking about that is that, it's sometimes hard, I think, in this idea of like preserving ability, but, if you think of, was there a moment in time where you thought like, we could accommodate the new normal enough, but this would be like the last straw. Like if this is lost, if this gets worse, this would be something that, maybe it would be too much, or maybe actually once you experienced that, you knew it was too much. But just to help us understand, like, where's that point of preservation, that is meaningful?
On the entire disease journey?
You're talking kind of about speech and communication, for him, was there a point where, you think, being able to preserve up to a certain point, it is meaningful?
Right. With regards to speech and communication in particular, I would say there's some aspect of, I think, individual personality and like being moved. So even when the disease was much further along, we had our last Thanksgiving or even our last Christmas with him, all of a sudden, though he wouldn't be able to speak, he found himself singing. So there were these moments of escape and a speech. I remember him giving like maybe a 2-minute speech when he couldn't speak at all normally. And I think that was probably the momentum. But at the very, very end, where it's just like under any condition, I think that it just depends on that disease journey and the symptoms. But for us, it was really recognizing that those moments at end. The one thing that I would highlight real quick, though, outside of the speech and communication, for our family in particular, it was around, this was, the request of the patient. So in my case, my dad, where under no circumstances did he really want to ever go down the feeding tube route. And so that was, it ended up happening where he didn't have to get the feeding. Well, he didn't have the feeding tube because he passed away right before that. But I think understanding some of those aspects too, patient by patient, everyone kind of has different wishes and desires.
Yeah. No, that's very helpful, both on the speech, but also the bigger picture progression and wanting to avoid, a feeding tube. I mean, is very helpful to hear as an example of the kind of thing, that could be a treatment goal. Coming around here, Tom, want to come to you, the same topic of, what would be a priority for future treatments?
Yeah, I thought a lot about this and all of the symptoms that we all talk about falling and aspiration. But the thing that really struck me in Lynn's progression was the loss of self and apathy, emotional flatness, and then cognitive decline. And it's just so heartbreaking to see that loss of self. It's even hard to say it. Yeah. But I think any treatment that is addressing the underlying mechanisms of this disease and that can prolong the self that we all loved and we're losing slowly but surely, above and beyond the balance and the swallowing and all that. That would be my hope.
Yeah.
And it would be remarkable if that could happen.
Yeah. And Tom, if you think about Lynn's journey, and that sense of self and preserving it, is that you phrased it in terms of like, if we could address the underlying mechanism, are you saying, it's really, necessary to have something that can impact multiple symptoms, like stop progression across the board? Or is it possible that even helping with individual symptoms, slowing and stopping, could help with that preservation of that sense of self? Just to give us a little bit of what you're thinking when you say that.
Yeah, I think it's hard. It's hard for me to say how they all connect and how the underlying disease creates all these manifestations. But I think the cumulative impact on our loved ones is this loss of self and isolation, and so a cure that's going to impact all of those elements would be really important.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Tom. Jack, you're up next here as we're exploring this topic of kind of priorities for future treatments. Would love your reflections on this.
Well, one thing I wanted to share with everyone was my wife, Linda, qualified for a clinical trial. And this was in 2022. And it was called TPN 101. It was a repurposed HIV drug that was offered by Transposon. And it was a 1-year trial. For 6 months, you didn't know what you were getting, your full dose or placebo or something in between. It was oral, so it wasn't that easy to take because the capsules were big, but it was something you could do in your house. You weren't having to go someplace all the time. So for 6 months, we suspected she was getting some of the drug. The second 6 months, she got the full dose. Everyone got the full dose of the drug. And in 2 weeks, it was like a miracle. Because before she wasn't walking, she was hardly talking. She was very difficult to communicate. All of a sudden, she was walking and she was talking and she was engaging. And it lasted for 3 months. And I'll tell you, those were the most precious 3 months of our life. And she said, this probably isn't going to cure me, but if it'll help somebody in the future, I want to do it.
It's amazing. It's amazing, Jack.
It's still tough for me to talk about it because it was such a special, special time.
Yeah.
It was so amazing that I said, if this keeps going, we're going to take a cruise in August.
Yeah.
And the administering doctor, when we'd go over to do the progression tests of all that, he said, I am seeing, quote, a world of difference. A world of difference. She got up out of her wheelchair, walked down the hallway, unaided. She couldn't have done that before. But after 3 months, it wore off. Yeah. And then she died in August. But what a special time. It was like a gift.
Yeah. Jack, getting those 3 months, even though it was not durable for her, it wore off.
Right.
That was meaningful.
It was very meaningful. And for people that are thinking about whether to do, and now there are emerging some new clinical trials, I would, really think hard about doing them, because I just tell you, well, you could probably hear it in my voice. Yeah. It was such a special time. And so.
Thank you so much, Jack. And thank you for sharing that experience, your and her experience. so valuable to hear. Rich and Geraldine, want to kind of finish going around round robin here on Zoom. Very importantly, want to hear your reflections on what would be your priority for a future treatment.
I think it was really informative today. Really appreciate you having us. We're kind of new at this, right? I'm emotional too. But what I want to say is that this woman is amazing. Amazing. It's all attitude. She's got it.
And I would like to be in the trial because of the fact that I'm new at this. I have very few of the symptoms that everybody else has been talking about, but I don't want to get that far. I don't want to have those symptoms either.
It's quite scary, for sure.
But
she has been so social all her life. She was a social director in her sorority kind of thing. It's slowed down. Yeah. But she's got a positive attitude. If there's any medicine, it's positive attitude. She's got it.
I don't want to fall anymore. I've fallen enough.
I think we might have lost Rich and Geraldine there, but
it's tremendous.
Tremendously, he has helped me dancing. Yeah. So I go to physical therapy, and he dances with me, and that has helped me not fall.
Yeah.
And
yes,
it's tough, but we're going to work through it.
Yes. Well, very important to hear from your perspective, Geraldine, like where you are in your journey. That there still is that need and what that looks like for you. So really thank you for helping express that. And thank you to all of our Zoom panelists this afternoon who have really helped educate us so much on what it is that people with PSP have lived through in navigating the treatment landscape and this last important question of the day. So just wanted to thank you all. We do have a phone caller that I'd like to bring into the conversation here. We have Scott from Pennsylvania, who's a care partner. Would like to share some of his, priorities for future treatments. So, Scott, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Thank you.
Welcome.
I just wanted to say that, I would like to see some medicines out there maybe to help with the falling, like the young lady was just talking about. That's one of the biggest issues that I have with dealing with my wife with PSP. She's been on, different medications, and I mean, to me, she's kind of one of the lucky ones. She's been holding her own for a while. It's been quite a journey the last couple of years,
Yeah.
And I would like to say, though, I do give her a supplement that a doctor told me about. It was a personal doctor of mine. He told me a supplement called 7.8 DHF, and I can't say it's not helped her, but she's actually does good for the last year or so.
Sure. And Scott, you said one thing that in particular you'd be looking for in a future treatment would be something that might help decrease falls. Can you just share a little bit about how frequently she's falling and what would your goal be, if a treatment could help with that?
Yeah, at first she was falling a lot, and they put her on some medication, and I mean, it's like right now her main issue is like trying to get up out of a chair. If she'll go to get up, she'll fall back, and she'll do that 2-3 times before she can get herself to stand straight up. And if she tries to turn around, she'll go to fall. It's just, you got to watch that. But I would love to see, like, the shuffling of the feet because she'll trip with the shuffling. Mobility is, and her eyes. She has severe dry eye from this. So that, I just wish there was a way she could be more social, more mobility,
Sure. And so helping not just with the falls, but the feet shuffling, it sounds like, is something that's particularly challenging for her.
Yeah, the shuffling, and like her feet will get caught, and it's hard, especially living in, taking her somewhere where it's watery or something, because she goes to shuffle and she could slip,
Right. Yes. Well, Scott.
Seeing the black blue marks on her from falling isn't nice,
Of course. That's so hard to hear. Scott, thank you so much for calling in and sharing your thoughts on future treatments as well. It's really been incredible to hear so many common themes, but how that looks for each individual person. And I know we've been getting comments from in writing on this as well. So, Christoph, what are we seeing in terms of goals for future treatments?
Yeah, indeed. I'll share a few, James. So we heard from Nikki from Ohio who mentioned that future treatment that would give 50% of normal life and ability to socialize and focus. Also, she notes that treatments should impact the root cause of the disease. Kay from Toronto, a person with PSP, mentioned an ideal treatment for PSP would be to slow it down. I'll share other comments. Tanya from Pennsylvania, care partner, if given a choice of trying a trial drug or dying, I think everyone would grasp for the gold ring. A chance to stop the progression of this disease is worth every trial made available to patient and family. I wanted to share a few other. Tanya, again from Pennsylvania, care partner. My husband was in a clinical trial which has stopped due to no change in patient. This was devastating, but we continue with hope for a new trial. And I'll share one more to give the voice to others that I had selected here. Leslie in Pennsylvania, person with PSP. None of these treatments treat symptoms particularly well. And the downsides are that PT, OT, and speech therapy tires me out, she says. So just to give some perspective to what we heard today.
Well, thank you all, everybody who has written in, called in, joined us by Zoom, and panelists. And thank you to everyone who raised their hand to participate that we weren't able to get to today, both callers and many written comments. We are now at the end of our session for having you all share your experiences. And before we move to our summary and closing remarks, as your moderator, I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything that everybody contributed today. We came into today wanting to try to pull back the curtain of what it is to live with PSP and really understand the challenges that you all experience and have lived through and shared collectively with your families. And that, has been successful, and it's because you all were so willing, to share that, very challenging and difficult experiences for many of you, from your loved ones who have passed away, still showing up and trying to be a part of this community and help the next generation of people living with PSP. It's really incredible to see that and hear that from you. And I can say from someone who works in this field and sees how the patient voice contributes, that I know your input today is going to help drive progress. And the challenges, all the hopes, so many hopes and such simple hopes of just even slowing progression. I know that was heard loud and clear by drug developers, by the FDA. And so, you all should, be so proud of this community for helping educate us all and, share the uncertainties and the worries that you have, so that way, we can collectively do something and hopefully get not just to a future treatment, but to that cure. So with that, it's now my pleasure to introduce our speaker for our summary remarks. And it's an impossible job to try to summarize all of the discussion today, but my friend and colleague Sarah Wicks is a great person to do it. She has really dedicated her career to bringing together stakeholders, industry, regulators, patient communities, to help inform product development and get to approvals, and has been a core part of helping plan this meeting. And so without further ado, Sarah, take it away.
Thank you, James. The meeting opened with remarks from Christoph Diaz, CEO of CurePSP. Dr. Michelle Campbell from the Office of Neuroscience at FDA shared that this meeting will give the agency direct insight into what it's like to live with PSP, which will inform FDA's thinking throughout drug development and review, shaping what outcomes are prioritized and identifying what benefits are meaningful and what risks are acceptable. We then heard from Dr. Jory Flesher from Rush University's CurePSP Center of Care, who explained that PSP is a rare, progressive neurodegenerative disease characterized by dysfunction in the brain regions that control movement, balance, eye movements, and cognition. Symptoms typically begin after age 40, most often in the mid-60s, and worsen gradually over time. PSP is frequently misdiagnosed early in the disease course, most commonly as Parkinson's, which can delay appropriate care for several years. The average time from symptom onset to death is approximately 6 to 7.5 years, with many individuals requiring significant assistance with daily activities. Across the morning discussion, we heard a consistent and deeply personal picture from people living with PSP and from their care partners of the symptoms that define life with PSP. Loss of balance and mobility were described as the most immediate and life-changing features. Frequent, unpredictable falls were nearly universal. One person said that on their worst day, they fall and have to go to the ER. Mobility was repeatedly identified as the symptom that most rapidly takes away independence, turning active, capable adults into people who must rely on walkers, wheelchairs, and constant assistance. Swallowing difficulties and choking were another dominant concern. Eating and drinking, once simple social activities, become frightening and exhausting. Thickened liquids, special diets, and feeding tubes or tools often become necessary. Families spoke about the constant fear of aspiration, but also about a deeper loss. When so many other abilities have already faded, sharing a meal is often one of the last activities people can still enjoy with their loved ones and friends. Losing the ability to eat safely means losing connection and a fundamental way of participating in family life and social circles. Equally painful was the erosion of communication through problems with speech. Voices become soft or slurred, words become hard to find, and eventually many people cannot communicate at all. These changes leave many people with PSP feeling increasingly trapped in their body, unable to communicate verbally or even non-verbally when their awareness remains intact. We heard PSP progression is unpredictable and relentless, like a tidal wave or a tsunami. Families adjust to a new normal only to have it change again without warning. There is rarely a stable plateau and no way to know when the next decline will come. As the discussion turned to daily life, it became clear that individual symptoms combined to create a powerful cumulative effect. Loss of walking and mobility was constantly described as the change that most directly steals independence. The ability to move freely, get out of bed, leave the house, or participate in one's favorite activities. People spoke about no longer being able to cook, walk the dog, play music, garden, or take part in hobbies that once defined who they were. These are not only practical losses, they are losses of identity and joy. With declining mobility comes the broader loss of independence and self-care. Participants described no longer being able to dress, bathe, drive, or manage basic needs without help. The frustration of needing help with the most private and personal parts of life were described as being painful. Socializing becomes more challenging, especially when eating in public or being assisted with meals feels embarrassing, and many gradually withdraw from the activities and relationships that once kept them connected to the world. One care partner described it as a loss of dignity and how depression and anger often follow as independence slips away. Communication challenges added another profound layer of loss. As speech becomes softer, slower, or unintelligible, ordinary conversations with spouses, children, and friends grow increasingly difficult. While some families can still exchange laughs with one another, one care partner shared that the mechanics of his wife's speech have become so hard that it's easier for her to just leave things unsaid. Looking ahead, participants spoke openly about their greatest fears. Above all were worries about losing independence, experiencing a life-threatening fall or choking, and losing the ability to communicate and stay connected to the world. Many expressed deep anxiety about becoming fully dependent on others for basic self-care and about no longer being able to remain at home with a spouse or family member. The possibility of eventually needing institutional care was a big concern. Families described constant fear of a catastrophic fall, with one participant saying that they were scared to do anything in case they fall. Swallowing difficulties brought similar worry as eating becomes harder and the risk of choking increases. Participants also feared the gradual closing off of their world, losing the ability to socialize and keep the world open. For some, these worries were intensified by facing PSP alone and wondering how they would manage without a care partner. Overall, people affected by PSP described a disease that steadily steals independence, communication, movement, and connection. Each stage brings new challenges and new losses, often without warning. Families face daily uncertainty while trying to preserve dignity, safety, and moments of normal life. In the afternoon, we heard from Dr. Anne Marie Wills from the CurePSP Center of Care at Massachusetts General Hospital, who explained that management for PSP is purely supportive and focuses only on managing individual symptoms. The afternoon discussion turned to treatments, experiences with the healthcare system, and hopes for the future. What we heard was a community working tirelessly to fight a disease that currently offers few effective therapies. Families and patients described a wide range of approaches aimed at preserving function and dignity for as long as possible. These included physical, occupational, and speech therapy, assistive devices such as specialized walkers and wheelchairs, exercise programs, dietary changes, and in-home supportive services. Many emphasize that these non-drug approaches are often the most meaningful forms of treatment available, in some cases helping to not only slow progression, but provide opportunities for socialization. Medications were discussed with far more mixed feelings. Many participants reported taking Parkinson's medications, sometimes with modest benefits for stiffness or rigidity. Yet the consensus was that these drugs rarely address the core features of PSP. Others described trying other numerous medications only to stop them because of side effects outweighed the limited benefits. Over time, treatment often shifted from attempts at improvement to measures aimed simply at safety and comfort. Feeding tubes, suction machines, thickened liquids, and home modifications, or even moving homes altogether, became necessary. Families spoke about the emotional weight of these transitions, each symbolizing another loss of independence. The burdens of treatment were described as heavy and exhausting. Therapy appointments leave patients fatigued. Coordinating complex medication schedules is difficult. Travel to specialty centers or clinical trial sites can be nearly impossible for individuals who struggle to walk, speak, or tolerate long trips. We also heard concerns about access to research. Several participants shared that by the time they received an accurate diagnosis, they were already too far advanced to qualify for the trial. Others noted that the practical realities of PSP, such as limited mobility, caregiver dependence, and travel challenges, make participation difficult. Cost, distance, and lack of guaranteed benefit were cited as potential barriers. Even so, the desire to participate in research remains strong if studies can be designed in ways that are realistic and respectful of what living with PSP requires. One care partner did describe his wife's participation in a trial that resulted in 3 months of improved symptoms. Time he called life-changing and precious, underscoring how even modest gains can mean everything to families. We asked to imagine ideal future treatments. Participants spoke with both realism and hope. Many emphasized that slowing or stopping progression would be the most meaningful. Others focused on specific goals, better balance, safer swallowing, not only for food, but medications, stronger voices, improved vision, and the ability to remain independent longer. One patient said, "I just want something for falling. I'm done falling." There was also a clear call for therapies that address the underlying cause of PSP rather than just its symptoms. As we heard repeatedly throughout the day, as PSP progresses, the opportunity for patients to speak for themselves disappears. Because the disease so quickly affects speech and communication, the window for patients to describe their own experiences in their own words is tragically small. That is why the voices shared today, whether spoken directly by individuals with PSP or carried forward by their care partners, is so important for guiding future therapies and regulatory decisions. Thank you to everyone who shared their story today. And now to close the meeting, I'll go back to Christoph in the studio.
Thank you for your thoughtful summary and remarks, Sarah. This has been an incredible day and an extremely meaningful day for me and all those involved. Today has helped us better understand PSP, its impact on our community and their loved ones, and the urgent need for treatments, new clinical trial, and bold innovations. Thank you to the FDA staff who tuned in today. Thank you to Will Llewellyn from the FDA's patient-focused drug development staff who graciously guided us through this process over the many months of planning. Thanks also to Sarah Wicks and James Valentine from Hyman, Phelps, and McNamara, whose assistance in planning and moderating today's meeting has been invaluable. Thank you to the Dudley Digital Work Media team for the production, planning, and all the behind-the-scene work they have done today. A big thanks to the CurePSP staff who have spent many hours to the planning of today's meeting. We could not have done this without your support. A special shout out to Dr. Jennifer Brummett, who led this EL-PFDD effort. Today, it's actually our 3rd year anniversary at CurePSP. So thank you for the hard work and the great work, Jennifer. And finally, a huge thanks goes to you, our community of people impacted by PSP and your loved ones. Thank you for openly sharing your lived experiences of what it is like to live with PSP. This meeting could not have been as impactful without each and every one of you. We had many callers and could only bring a few online. So I apologize if anybody felt like their voice was not heard, but please submit comments. In the coming weeks, we'll compile all the information from today, including polling data, all the comments, into a Voice of Patient report, which will be available on the CurePSP website and also on the website of the FDA eventually. The form to submit comments for this report is open for another 30 days, so please consider submitting additional comments. Today's program will be available on demand immediately following this meeting and at the same link you are at right now. Lastly, it has been my honor to support this meeting, which will have a lasting impact on the future of PSP research and medical product development. So once again, to the entire community, thank you for making your voices heard today.